Good morning. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now called to order, June 9, 2025. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, viewing audience and the people of the Virgin Islands. Before I proceed, I ask everyone in the chamber to please turn off your cell phone or turn down the volume. Thank you very much. I'd like to extend my deepest sympathy and my most heartfelt condolences to the families and friends and loved ones of the late Inez L. Williams, Elridge Edgy Christian, Kimberly Kimmy Flood. Each of these individuals have touched lives around them in a unique and meaningful way. Their passing leaves a profound void in the hearts of all who knew and cherished them. We also mourn the tragic and senseless loss of Jordan Dottie Hart Jones, whose life was taken far too soon by an act of violence. This devastating loss is a stark reminder of the urgent need for peace, justice, and compassion in our communities. In this time of sorrow, we pray for comfort and healing for all those who were affected. May their memories live on as a source of strength and inspiration. May their souls rest in peace. I'd like to highlight a critical opportunity for our local farmers and food businesses in the territory. The Resilient Food System Infrastructure Program is offering an equipment-only grant ranging from $10,000 to $100,000 with no matching requirements. This will be used to facilitate the local food production and distribution in the territory. The application deadline is June the 30th, 2025 at 5 p.m. There will also be a training session to assist with the application process. For more information, please contact the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands at 340-774-6031. That's 340-774-6031. As we open today's hearing, Coretta Scott King once said, "The greatest of a community is the most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members." These words speak directly to the spirit of public service. They also especially resonate this month as June offers us a series of important reminders of responsibilities we collectively share. June 1st marked the beginning of hurricane season. For those of us living in the Virgin Islands and those in coastal communities, this is not just a date on the calendar, it is a call for preparedness. It's a reminder of the urgency of the infrastructure investment, emergency readiness, and the clear communication systems that can protect the lives and livelihood when a storm comes. Here in the Virgin Islands, we also recognize Men's Health Month, along with the Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. We do so with a deep urgency. These are observances which remind us of the importance of prioritizing physical, mental, and cognitive health, especially through prevention, early detection, and community support. Men oftentimes less likely seek regular health care, and we know how critical early action can be in improving outcomes. At the same time, Alzheimer's and other brain-related disease continue to affect millions of families, including many in our own communities. Let us take this opportunity to support awareness and encourage health checkups. June is also a professional wellness month, which reminds us to take care of those who take care of others, including our nurses, our teachers, our first responders, and our civil servants. Their wellness is essential to our resilience, especially in a tight-knit community like ours. We also mark National Safety Month, which underscores the importance of protecting lives at every level, from occupational safety to emergency preparedness. In territories like ours, this includes hurricane readiness and strengthens infrastructure to help keep our people safe in the face of natural disasters. Later this month, we recognize Juneteenth, marking the emancipation of enslaved African Americans, a day of freedom, memory, and resolve. For Virgin Islanders, it resonates deeply as we prepare to commemorate our own Emancipation Day on July the 3rd. Both reminds us that justice must never be delayed and progress must never be taken for granted. And of course, we take time to celebrate Father's Day, honoring those who uplift our families, mentor our youth, and model strength and compassion to our families. Of each of these observances, they're just not symbolic. They're also a reminder of our human stake behind our legislative work. They give us the urgency to our decisions and deepen our sense of responsibility. May this month inspire thoughtful dialogue, mutual respect, and policies that reflect the strength of our nation's diversity and shared values. Now let us proceed with today's hearing. I thank my colleagues and my testifiers for being here, and I look forward to a meaningful discussion. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr. present. Senator Alma Heiliger Francis.
Francis Heiliger present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. present. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk. It seems like we've established a quorum, so we will proceed. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to read into the record?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Please proceed.
June 9th, 2025. Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chair, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Frederick, please be advised that I will be late in attending the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting scheduled for today, Monday, June 9th, 2025, as I will be attending the funeral of Vietnam veteran Louis Garcia. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind understanding and consideration. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, that's the end of all correspondence.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 1 into the record, a discussion on economic development and self-sustainability in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Block 1, discussion on economic development and self-sustainability in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This block will explore ongoing efforts and future strategies to strengthen the Virgin Islands economy and advance toward greater self-sufficiency. The discussion will highlight the roles of key agencies, including the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority and the Bureau of Economic Research, in guiding policy development, monitoring economic trends, and supporting sustainable growth. Topics may include recent data-driven insights, progress on long-term economic plans, support for small business development, investment promotion, workforce initiatives, and efforts to build a more resilient and diverse local economy. Invited testifiers, Mr. Wayne Biggs Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, Dr. Haldane E. Davies, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research. Mr. Chair, that's the end of Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll have each testifier please read your name and title into the record, starting with you, Director Biggs.
Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Wayne A. Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Tracy Lynch Bola, General Counsel, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Haldane F. Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research.
Bernicia Liebert, Senior Project Analyst at the Bureau of Economic Research.
Thank you very much. There's no one in the chamber in St. Thomas. All right. So before we begin, I'd like to remind all testifiers to speak clearly into the microphone, or you could pull the microphone to you, please. It's important. Oh, sorry. I need to acknowledge non-committee members, Senator Novell Francis, and also non-committee member, Senator Avery Lewis. Welcome to our committee. And we'll make sure everyone showed up. Yes, my apologies. All right. Director Biggs, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Chairman. Senator Angel L. Bolkish, Jr., Vice Chairman. Committee members, senators of the 36th Legislature, the legislative staff, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, hereafter referred to as the USVI EDA or the Authority. Here with me today are Dwayne A. Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Tracy Lynch Bola, Esquire, General Counsel, and Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer. Also with me, but not in the well, are Nadine Marchena Ken, Managing Director for the Enterprise Zone Commission, Mark Finch, Director of Physical Plant, and Selena Morris, Director of Marketing, and Kaylee Richardson, Director of Human Resources. Not here with me today from the management team are members Monique Samuel, the Managing Director of the Economic Development Bank of the United States Virgin Islands, who's on travel, and Margarita Benjamin, Managing Director of Economic Development, who's on medical leave. I would like to thank the committee chair and the members of the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture for inviting us to provide testimony on the overall status of the USVI EDA. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, or USVI EDA as we say, is the umbrella organization which assumes, integrates, and unifies the functions of the following subsidiary entities: the Economic Development Bank, known as EDB, the Economic Development Commission, known as EDC, the Enterprise Zone Commission, known as EZC, and the Economic Development Park Corporation, known as EDPC. It is a semi-autonomous governmental instrumentality responsible for the development, promotion, and enhancement of the economy of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The authority operates under one 7-member governing board in order to achieve maximum efficiency of operation, to avoid duplication of services, positions, and responsibilities, to reduce expenses of personnel, fiscal plant, and operations, and to develop comprehensive programs for the economic development of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The current members of the governing board are Kevin Rodriguez, Chairman, a Governor's Cabinet level appointee, Commissioner Gary Malloy, PhD, Vice Chairperson, a Governor's Cabinet level appointee, Jose A. Penn, Secretary, Private Sector Representative from St. John, Anise Hodge, Member, Governor's Virgin Islands Port Authority appointee, Positive T. Nelson, Member, Governor's Cabinet level appointee, and Philip E. Payne, Member, Private Sector Representative from St. Croix. There is one governing board member position vacant, and that's the Private Sector Representative from St. Thomas. We currently have a staffing level of 48 full-time employees. 27 employees are assigned to work out of our St. Thomas office located in Niski Center, and 16 employees are assigned to work out of our Frederiksted office on St. Croix, and 4 employees are assigned to work out of the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park on St. Croix. There are currently 8 vacant positions within the USVI EDA. The authority holds professional memberships in the National Association of Development Organizations, known as NATO, and the International Economic Development Council, known as the IEDC. NATO is a member association that represents the interests of regional, community, and economic development practitioners. It advocates for federal policies and programs that promote equitable community development, economic competitiveness, rural development, economic mobility, and quality of place. NATO represents a national network of more than 500 regional development organizations. The IEDC is a membership organization serving economic developers. It is the largest organization of its kind with more than 4,500 members. From public to private, rural to urban, and local to international, IEDC's members are engaged in a full range of economic development experiences. Its members are from a diverse variety of settings, including local, state, provisional, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. USVI EDA promotes the development and diversification of the territorial economy and creates opportunities for gainful employment of residents. It also promotes access to capital, contributes to the development of the educational system, and preserves the environment, beauty, and natural resources of the territory. We are a customer service-based organization that creates positive public-private sector partnerships to promote economic growth, meet the challenges of the global economy, and serve the needs of the business community while embracing our unique heritage and preserving our pristine natural environment. Under the direction of the governing board and the hard work of the USVI EDA team, the authority has engaged in long-range planning and the execution of activities with the aim of stimulating and sustaining the territory's economy. Through its 4 main pillars, the Economic Development Bank, the Economic Development Commission, the Enterprise Zone Commission, and the Economic Development Park Corporation, the authority has facilitated investment opportunities, thereby leading to job creation and retention, as well as assisted our clients with bringing their dreams of entrepreneurship and business growth to fruition. In order for our programs to continue making the maximum impact, the importance of promotion and marketing cannot be underestimated. The authority uses and will continue to use a variety of media to inform both local and external potential investors about our programs and services. Our marketing department continues to amplify the authority's visibility through ongoing public relation efforts, including radio and video interviews, press releases, newspaper advertisements, and social media posts. We launched a local advertising campaign through print and television and will continue to use social media and our website as tools to quickly spread the word about upcoming meetings, activities, and other general information. We hosted outreach activities to make it convenient for our stakeholders to meet and interact with us, such as the State Small Business Credit Initiative, workshops, the Enterprise Zone Commission open house, and an open house during the annual St. Croix Agriculture and Food Fair. We participated in the following conferences through either attendance and/or sponsorship. Uncorrelated Puerto Rico Alternative Investments Conference, March 30th to April 1st, 2025 in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Alice Cala, the Caribbean and Latin American Hotel Industry Summit, April 29th to May 1st in Coral Gables, Florida. And Select USA, the USA International Investment Summit, May 11th to 14th, 2025 in the National Harbor, Maryland. We will also be participating in NABHOD, which is the International African American Hotel Ownership and Investment Summit and Trade Show from July 23rd to 25th, 2025 at the Hyatt Regency Miami, Florida, and potentially for the first time at the American Medical Device Summit, which is a medical device manufacturers summit, October 27 to 28, 2025 in Chicago, Illinois. The authority led the development of the Vision 2040, the territory's 20-year economic development strategy unveiled by Governor Bryan in 2022. Since then, it has served as a guiding framework for several key plans across agency, including the CEDS, which is the Community Economic Development Strategy, the Tourism Master Plan, and the Agricultural Plan, and remains central to all of USVI EDA's initiatives. Our efforts are focused on building a more resilient economy, growing the population through business opportunities and mortgage assistance, supporting small businesses, enhancing available commercial space, and attracting investment in target sectors. We've seen progress in the renewable energy and hospitality sectors and continue our work to expand manufacturing through the promotion of the South Shore Trade Zone program. Before the close of this fiscal year, we will begin working with the Office of the Governor to activate the Business Climate Commission, bringing together public and private sector leaders to improve the territory's business environment and make it easier for companies to start, grow, and stay in the USVI EDA, the U.S. Virgin Islands. Economic Development Bank, EDB. Our Economic Development Bank is administering the second iteration of the State Small Business Credit Initiative, known as SSBCI 2.0 program, which provide loan guarantees for small businesses. The territory received a program allotment of $57.865 million from the U.S. Department of Treasury. The first SSBCI 2.0 funding tranche of $18.9 million was received in February 2023. Since being funded, a total of $8.998 million has been expended or committed. Through March 31st, 2025, the SSBCI 2.0 loan guarantees have the potential to create 99 new jobs and retain 94 jobs in the territory. Among some of the industries that have benefited from the SSBCI 2.0 program are aviation, construction, environmental, healthcare, marine, social services, and tourism. And these are not listed in any particular order other than alphabetical. Additionally, there are several new loan requests totaling approximately $13.719 million in the SSBCI 2.0 program pipeline. In the EDB's other lending activities, the Governing Board and the authority's Internal Credit Committee approved $705,000 in new loans through the first 6 months of the fiscal year 2025, which created 22 new jobs and retained 13 jobs in the territory. The EDB continues to assist our small business community by partnering with sister government agencies such as the University of the Virgin Islands Small Business Development Center, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and the Virgin Islands Energy Office. And I'd like to point out that inside the Virgin Islands Small Business Development Center is also the Virgin Islands Agricultural Center that we work closely with also. Another area the EDB team benefits the territory is the administration of the VI Slice program. VI Slice is a territorial gap financing program for first-time homeowners that need financing assistance to purchase or construct a home. As of March 31st, 2025, the VI Slice received 74 applications for gap financing, totaling $7.4 million, with primary lender financing of $22.9 million. USVI EDA has approved 54 applications for $5.2 million in gap financing for primary lender financing of $16.2 million and closed 47 applications, resulting in disbursement of $4.7 million in gap financing for primary lender financing of $14.35 million. 7 applications for $519,495.27 in gap financing for primary lender financing of $1,868,724,000 pending closing due to title issues. As of this testimony, 6 of those 7 are fully funded. 3 applications were withdrawn, 5 applications were declined, 2 by primary lenders, and 3 were determined ineligible by EDB, and 12 were pending supplemental information from the primary lender. The EDB team is also assisting the Energy Office with their Solar Plus financing pilot program. The EDB team is doing the back office work, such as reviewing the documentation, requesting the title searches, requesting the preparation of the legal documents, requesting disbursement of funds from our administration and finance department, and administration of the loan after closing. The EDB team is taking advantage of available technology to streamline processing by developing an online application. Applicants can submit their loan application online, which are stored on a database. This allows the EDB team to have better access to track, analyze, and make recommendations of loan applications. The Economic Development Commission. We recognize that our Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission program plays a pivotal role in channeling investment dollars into the territory. In order for the program to be effective, both arms within the VI EDC, the Applications Unit and the Compliance Unit, must function as efficiently as possible within the constraints of legal statutes. Currently, our application processing time from completed application to governing board decision averages around 60 days. The EDC application team has taken full advantage of available technology to streamline its process by developing and implementing an online application. Potential investors can submit their applications online, which is stored on a database. This enables the EDC application team to more effectively track, analyze, and report data, improving their overall efficiency and effectiveness. It should be noted that in the first 6 months of fiscal year 2025, 7 new applications were presented at public hearing, and 8 applications for the EDC program have been decisioned. All 8 applications are for new entities. 7 applications were approved and 1 application was denied. The approved application represents potential future economic impact to the territory of over $388,000 to be made in capital investment, a minimum of 51 jobs to be created, and over $3.06 million to be paid out in wages. Over a 5-year period, the territory also realized approximately $2.5 million in tax revenues based on projection from these applications. 19 certificates of benefits are in various stages this fiscal year, of which 4 were executed. All these beneficiary certificates are for new applicants. Of the remaining 15, 3 are pending election, 7 were sent for beneficiary review, and 5 certificates for beneficiaries who elected commencement are in process. Additionally, 7 requests to amend beneficiary certificates were received. The applications team also processed the Hotel Development Act and Sustainable Tourism through Arts-Based Revenue Streams, known as STARS, applications on behalf of EDA. The application unit reviews and approves the eligible supplier applications. The second arm of the EDC program, the compliance team, ensures the current EDC beneficiaries adhere to the requirements of their certificates as dictated by law. To improve operations, the compliance unit has hired additional compliance officer, contracted compliance contractors, and is in the process of finalizing its online compliance reporting portal to assist beneficiaries with their reporting responsibilities. The compliance reporting portal will allow the compliance team to have better access to track and analyze data when compiling their annual beneficiary compliance reviews or reports. Enterprise Zone Commission. One aspect of economic development that cannot be overlooked is the revitalization of the community's neighborhoods. Through our Enterprise Zone Commission, the USVI EDA offers programs to assist with revitalization of once vibrant neighborhoods that have become distressed. There are 4 designated enterprise zones in the territory: Christiansted and Frederickstead on the island of St. Croix, and the Savannah, Down Street, and Garden Street up street on the island of St. Thomas. In the near future, the Enterprise Zone will recommend that the governor expand the Frederickstead Enterprise Zone on St. Croix and the Savannah Down Street Enterprise Zone on St. Thomas to include adjacent pocket areas also in need of revitalization. The EZC will also recommend the creation of new commercial zones in Cruz Bay St. John and Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas, as recently approved by the EZC Governing Board. The 2 programs offered to revitalize each enterprise zone are the tax credit program and the plan program. The tax credit program provides renewable tax credits for a period of 10 years for activities within the zone as specified in the EZC statute. The plan program provides renewable tax benefits for a period of 5 years for eligible activities based on the town plan adopted by the enterprise zone for the respective zone. 2 additional programs within the Enterprise Zone Commission, the Rejuvenation Program to rehabilitate buildings and the border program for abandoned buildings, continue to impact these communities. Thus far this fiscal year, the Enterprise Zone has completed 6 rejuvenation projects and has done no border projects. The Enterprise Zone team also manages the South Shore Trade Zone, known internally as the SSTZ on St. Croix. It has mapped the South Shore Trade Zone and is working closely with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to market and develop the VIPA infrastructure within the trade zone. There has been increased inquiries and interest in the South Shore Trade Zone as a result of the Trump-Vance administration's tariff policies. In addition to revitalizing the territory's distressed neighborhoods and managing the South Shore Trade Zone, the EZC provides opportunities for small business community through its annual business-to-business event held jointly on St. Thomas and St. Croix, which brings small manufacturers and retail business owners together. Its product expansion program, administered through the State Trade Expansion Program, known as STEP grant from the United States Small Business Administration, which showcases manufacturers of remarkable products made in the territory to outside markets, and the Made in the USVI pop-up shop, hosted in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, that provides a retail venue where residents and tourists can purchase a variety of local artwork and books and locally manufactured products. Further, the Enterprise Zone team conducts its annual estate planning conference, which was a multimedia event that garnered exposure to approximately 2,000 individuals. The Enterprise Zone team continues to work with lawyers and families to resolve estate planning issues throughout the territory. The Enterprise Zone continues to diligently work towards establishing the agro-processing facilities on both islands. The Agro and Food Innovation Center will be located in the Frederickstead Enterprise Zone on St. Croix. The USVI EDA has entered into a contract to purchase the Padilla building at 53 AB King Street, Frederickstead, to house the Agro and Food Innovation Center, and anticipates closing on the building later this month. EZC has secured $2 million in funding from the Virgin Islands Legislature for this facility. The Agro and Food Technology Center will be located in the Savannah Down Street Enterprise Zone on St. Thomas. The USVI EDA's team is awaiting a long-term lease from the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement for the former Marcelli School facility to house the Agro-Processing and Food Technology Center. Economic Development Park Corporation. The fourth pillar of the authority is the Economic Development Park Corporation, which operates 2 economic parks in the territory, the Virgin Islands Industrial Park on St. Thomas and the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park on St. Croix, collectively known as the Parks. I am happy to report that both parks are at 100% occupancy. Capital improvements are in various phases at both parks to offer attractive and secure facilities to current and potential tenants at competitive rates. Phase 1, the repair of Hurricanes Irma and Maria damages to 3 bays and the entrance gate area at the Virgin Islands Industrial Park was completed earlier this fiscal year. We anticipate that Phase 2, the building of our new 10,000 square foot office, will commence before the end of the 2025 calendar year. The hurricane repairs to the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park are still being negotiated with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, known as FEMA, after several modifications, revisions, and reviews. We anticipate FEMA's final project approval during the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2025. We're also in the process of developing a much anticipated microgrid to service all the tenants in the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park on St. Croix. We are currently working with a firm that is designing the microgrid and assisting us with identifying and securing finance to build the grid. We're also working with our sister agency, the Virgin Islands Energy Office, to seek and secure grants and other funding sources to finally make this project a reality. Further, we are working with our grant writer to identify grants to build an additional 2 40 square feet building facilities within the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park. The expansion of the park is imminent to assisting the growth of assembly and manufacturing activity on St. Croix. The EDPC fields calls daily from businesses seeking commercial space and/or a South Shore Trade Zone location to conduct its business operations. In addition to the 2 economic parks, the EDPC also owns our main office building, known as the Fleming Building, located at number 4 King Street, Frederiksted. Bids were recently received for the repairs to this facility. It is anticipated that the repair work will commence during Q4 of 2025. We are looking forward to restoring this building as a beacon of historical charm that is a quintessential iconic symbol in Frederiksted. In other areas of operations, 1, the authority's overall financial health continues to remain stable pending timely allotments. 2, the authority has no pending federal or regulatory requirements that must be met this fiscal year. And 3, the authority has earned an unqualified audit opinion from its external auditors for 13 consecutive years through fiscal year 2022. Based on our external auditors' preliminary fiscal year 2023 audit report, we anticipate another unmodified audit. We also expect this trend to continue into fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 as we remain fiscally prudent while continually seeking ways to improve our day-to-day operations, becoming more efficient while remaining effective. In addition to our annual government appropriation of $6.6 billion, VI EDA concurrently manages over $85 million in federal grants, signaling a strong pipeline of secured funding to support future program delivery and drive ongoing economic development initiatives. These grants support key areas such as business expansion, entrepreneurship, job creation, and long-term wealth building across the territory, positioning the authority to deliver sustained impact and opportunity for Virgin Islands residents. I thank you for the opportunity to provide this status update on the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture, and my team is available to answer any questions you may have related to testimony.
Thank you very much, the Executive Director Wayne Biggs, for your testimony. We'll proceed with Dr. Helen Davies, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research. Dr. Davies, please proceed.
Good morning to the Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chairperson of the United States Virgin Islands 36th Legislature Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other committee members, other members of the legislature present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, members of the media, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Haldane Davies, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, otherwise known as, and hereinafter, BER or Bureau, Government of the United States Virgin Islands. With me today is Ms. Bernicia Liburd, Senior Project Analyst, who together with other BER staff continues to respond to the growing demands for economic data and associated information from the Bureau. I thank her for the many roles she has played at the BER over the years and the continued commitment of all staff to the mission and vision of the Bureau. I welcome the opportunity to provide testimony on the BER's current initiatives, ongoing impact, and strategic direction as it relates to the territory's economic development agenda. Since my appointment to this role, I've engaged with interagency colleagues to understand their efforts in our collective approach to strengthen the economy of the United States Virgin Islands, to strategically address our economic challenges along the path to a self-sufficient territory. BER is the territory's principal agency for the provision of reliable and quality-assured statistics to ensure the social and economic development of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We provide information about the state of the economy to the public and private sectors to assist with decision-making, grant applications, development planning, economic impacts, and other initiatives that influence our overall growth. The economic data, trends, analyses, reports, and studies produced by the Bureau are key to informed decision-making and policy development at many levels. The USVI Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, otherwise known as SEDS, lays out a strategic framework that takes a holistic approach to a stronger and well-positioned U.S. Virgin Islands and is required for federal funding purposes. The SEDS is a shorter-term plan when compared to Vision 2040. However, both plans are generally in sync with each other, and together they form a solid platform for the resilient and sustainable development of the territory. We are in the process of reviewing and updating the current 2020 to 2025 SEDS, and will liaise with the USVI Economic Development Authority and other agencies and offices to encourage implementation of those goals that may be outstanding. We are also updating our in-plan subscription and other economic impact and forecasting software to further enhance the quality of our reports and provide scoring on the cost to the territory of current and proposed legislation as appropriate. The monitoring of the economy is done through a variety of studies and reports that are available on the Bureau's website. These include monthly published reports with respect to air and cruise arrivals, building permits, employment, and hotel occupancy reports, just to name a few. A few of the more recent documents include the 2024 Consumer Price Index Report, a 2024 Carnival Exit Survey, 2023 Economic Review, 2022 to 2023 Visitor Exit Survey, 2022 Imports Report, 2022 Economic Census, 2022 gross domestic product, 2022 living wage study, and 2021 ocean economy study. BER continues to collect all necessary and required data for the annual GDP reports, which are prepared by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, BEA, and funded by the Office of Insular Affairs, OIA. The reports have been temporarily paused to determine an improved approach to fill in the gaps in data collection and reporting across the territories. The OIA funds the calculation of the GDP for all U.S. territories, and we are scheduled to have a follow-up discussion on this very important matter with OIA within the coming days. Be assured that the Bureau will continue to provide reliable and valid economic data, analytics, indicators, and forecasting in support of the territory's planning and development agenda. We are committed to institutional strengthening through continuous training in emerging technologies and advanced methodologies in statistics and data science. We are committed to attracting, developing, and retaining professional talent, encouraging the adoption of advanced technological solutions for data collection, processing, analysis, and dissemination, promoting innovative dissemination strategies that improve accessibility, usability, and visualization of official statistics, and networking with other national, regional, and global statistical offices to review the best practices in the use of economic research outcomes to strategically impact economic development across the territory. In that vein, I will now share a few of the key goals and projects that we hope to accomplish over the next several months. 1, expand data collection categories and forms for accommodations to gather as much relevant information as possible. This would include expanding our database for hotels, short-term rentals, including Airbnb, condominiums, and others. 2, facilitate internal and external professional development opportunities for our people at BER and others across this territory. That includes being able to work with the IEDC, International Economic Development Council, of which I serve currently as a member of that board, to offer the ED 101 course on economic development. And we look forward to sharing much more information with you on that, Mr. Chair, and others listening. Also, to engage with further development through the CPM program to ensure that we upgrade our skills with respect to implant and economic impact forecasting software that we use and other modeling and forecasting software onboarding, workshops, seminars, just to name a few. Number 3, review and update the comprehensive economic development strategy. 4, conduct or collaborate to carry out the household income and expenditure survey. 5, conduct an economic impact analysis of government operations, capital projects, and disaster recovery projects. 6, use data to highlight industry-specific site selection pitch decks in collaboration with the USVI EDA to attract returning industries to the South Shore Economic Zone and elsewhere. 7, conduct an analysis of government fees and recommend options for adjustments as appropriate. 8, conduct a health insurance study to determine the viability of GVI territorial insurance. 9, research and propose public-private asset monetization strategies for key economic stabilization drivers such as energy and healthcare. 10, use data to explore other economic stabilization and revenue generation ideas. 11, collaborate with USVI EDA to obtain accredited economic development EDO status and a certified economic developer or entrepreneurship development professional certification. 12, collaborate again with EDA on a review, refresh of Vision 2040. And lastly, work with departments and agencies to agree on a common input-output model to ensure consistency in economic analyses across the territory. As stated earlier, these are but a few of the many initiatives currently being executed at the BER. The Bureau continues to be responsive to the requested needs of the many public and private sector entities that require reliable information in support of grants, studies, projects, planning, and all types of development as required by funding and other development agencies. We will also continue to collaborate with the Department of Labor, Department of Tourism, Bureau of Internal Revenue, University of the Virgin Islands, and other agencies and offices to provide the most accurate and current data where possible. BER is dynamic in its approach to continuously improving our capacity and capability to ensure a high level of economic intelligence to help guide the future of the territory. It is clear to all concerned that as a territory, we need more strategic resources consistent with our needs. We need more skilled tradespersons, more individuals with technical knowledge, technological expertise, financial acumen, and data analytics, just to name a few. All needed to expand our capability and capacity to continuously make pointed and strategic gains along the path to economic prosperity. The GVI Fellows Program is commendable in that it affords our young and aspiring people the opportunity to help improve financial reporting, measurement and analysis, strategy, leadership, customer service, talent management, operations, and the use of results to continuously improve our public and private sectors. We need to arrest the tax leakage that plagues our territory and hold ourselves and each other more accountable for our collective economic stability. BER will continue to work with interagency partners to engage in strategic doing, to attract more people and investments to our shores, and more local investments through consortiums and partnerships, while addressing the challenges of energy, healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Although it may be challenging for some in the diaspora to return home and make a direct contribution to the continued growth and development of the territory at this time, we still encourage our brothers and sisters to consider investments in the areas of identified need while continuing to abroad elsewhere, as is the case in many Caribbean and other countries. And some of these areas of need may be referred to as affordable housing, light manufacturing, specialized labs, and mixed-use facilities, just to name a few. Communities across the nation engage in incentive programs for people to relocate to their cities and towns, purchase or rent homes, shop and dine at local establishments, and return taxes locally. Continuous, logical, and well-timed steps can make a significant difference to the fabric of our society. The Bureau of Economic Research remains fully committed to doing its part to assist in the economic research and expansion of the territory. The task ahead is great, and we all have significant work to do to continuously improve the quality of life and living for our residents and visitors alike. The challenges along the path are many, but the vision to create a better Virgin Islands is achievable. Thank you, Senator Frederick, for your stewardship in holding this hearing and for keeping the economic well-being of our territory on the agenda of the 36th legislature. It is certainly an investment of time and resources that will pay great dividends in the years to come. We welcome the opportunity to answer any questions regarding this important hearing, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haldane Davis. The chair recognizes Committee Member Maurice James. Thank you for joining us. Also, non-committee member Senator Ray Fonseca. Welcome. And of course, we've got a full committee today. We've got Senator Angel Bolquez in St. Thomas. We've got Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Alma Francis. She's remote. We've got Senator Franklin Johnson here, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., Senator Avery Lewis in St. Thomas, and Senator Nova Lee Francis. So thank every one of my colleagues for showing up and supporting this committee. We're gonna have a 5-minute round from each one of my colleagues, starting with Senator Angel Bolquez. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to CEO Biggs and Director Davies, Dr. Davies, our testifying panel here today, along with other members of the leadership team. And also central staff as well. Good morning.
Morning.
Let's start off with, our economy has fluctuated over the past decades. We've lost a lot of people due to the storms. We still continue to try to find innovative ways of creating economic activity and supporting what is considered to be the quality of life for all Virgin Islanders. And Mr. Biggs, CEO Biggs, and Mr. Davies, Director Davies, I would say, or venture to say, that both of you, along with other agencies and departments, have a very big role to play when it comes to strategically being able to plan ahead on how we're going to create more economic opportunities for the Virgin Islands. And I know that the 2040 plan has been sort of that strategic endeavor. And I really wanted to find out how many of those, right now as of today, 2025, based on the plan, how many of those items have we been able to confirm, in a sense of accomplished in the 2040 plan? And I'm going to ask that to CEO Biggs.
Senator, good morning. I will say that we are in the process of accomplishing things in many of those areas. But when you say accomplished, I don't like to say accomplished with a D, because it means we've completed it. And the plan is a 20-year plan, so we're aiming to get to those areas. So for instance, we've done stuff in marine, we've done stuff in hospitality, we've done stuff in professional. So we continue to develop and work with the plan. But when you say what has been accomplished as far as the finality of it, again, it's a 20-year plan. So we continue to work towards developing that plan and moving that plan forward. And we're working closely with our sister agencies, such as the Department of Labor for workforce development. But we're also working with UVI in reference to the blue economy and several other areas in a variety of different things. So we've done hotel projects, like I said, we've done marine projects, we've done professional service projects, we've done agricultural projects. So we're following the plan and moving that plan forward. But it's a continuous movement in regard to that. Me and Dr. Davies had a discussion earlier last week, and at some point, I guess we need to just revisit the plan and see if we need to pivot or we continue moving in the direction we're moving. But it is a good blueprint for moving the economy forward, and we're following that blueprint. So we've done several things in the plan, but we continue to build on the plan and move the plan forward.
Okay, and I appreciate that response. It is a fluid conversation. and it's something that changes or diversifies quite often based on the economy. And I wanted to ask you, if you could sort of share with us what you believe, in our economy, our local economy. Can you tell us what 2 or maybe 3 key emerging industries that you're looking at right now as the EDA? And these are industries that we are not sort of participating in, but emerging in the sense that we should venture to try to put some focus on those emerging industries.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of them right off the top of my head is definitely South Shore trade zone related.
1 minute.
We would need to concentrate on manufacturing and assembly. And for that, we would need to have more facilities that can house these operations. We're talking to entities that want to do batteries for solar provisions. We're talking about entities that want to do medical devices. And the South Shore trade zone in particular has gotten sort of a new look as a result of tariffs and the fact that we're outside the custom zone. There's no tariffs applied to that. So we have the opportunities to attract some of these entities here.
30 seconds.
Also, the other, I will say, is transshipment. We definitely need to develop some cold storage at the ports and some other warehousing. So I think we can definitely develop those 2 areas here in the territory that will go to substantial growth in the territory.
Oh, very well. And, this South Shore trade zone has been a discussion that has been bandied about quite some time. Mr. Chair, if I might wrap up, please.
Yes, please continue, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And the South Shore trade zone does have a lot of economic potential, and I'm curious to know, of course, with the mention of the tariffs not affecting the Virgin Islands, and we're exempt from them. But what types of businesses and industries have expressed interest, and what sort of support do we need to make that happen?
Yeah, I'll take the support first because that's the easiest one. The support is we need more facilities in the South Shore trade zone. We've created an area, but we haven't created the infrastructure within that area. So there's interest in regard to entities moving into that area, but a lot of these entities would love to move into buildings that are already there. So Port Authority has several buildings within the area. We have the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park. Of course, there's St. Croix Renaissance. But the park is full to capacity. If we had 2 additional buildings, we could fill those buildings right away. And the type of things we're seeing, like I said, we're seeing what we call light manufacturing. So medical equipment, we think that's a really good place that we can capitalize on. And then we're seeing a lot of stuff around renewable energy, whether it be the assembly of panels or the assembly of batteries. We've gotten interest in reference to plastic manufacturing, recycling and manufacturing. So there's a variety of different things that are piquing the interest in reference to being inside the South Shore trade zone. But as you know, the Port Authority, most of their facilities were damaged and they haven't repaired those facilities yet. And again, we're at capacity at the industrial park, and there's really no facilities within Renaissance other than the raw land.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and I'll continue to listen along.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Bokas, for your line of questioning. Director Biggs, in your testimony, you spoke about the governing board and the number of individuals who sit on the governing board. You said there are currently 6 with 1 vacancy, correct?
Correct.
What's the status of that 7th position being filled, given that it's such an odd number? It's an even number, so we need to get it odd so we could move policies through.
Yeah, the governor would have to appoint somebody to that position, and then, of course, the legislature would have to confirm that individual because it is a private sector position that's missing. We've sent down several potential names to the governor. Many of them have declined for a variety of different reasons, so I'm not sure exactly where it stands right now with the governor in reference to appointing that person.
And that person would be on the St. Thomas, St. John district, correct?
St. Thomas Island. It's by island. Yeah, there's 3 private sector and 1 has to be from each island.
Yeah, that's very important. So yeah, that's something we need to really work on. All right, let's talk about, your appropriation, local appropriations from this government. Can you tell us how much your agency currently receives from the local government in terms of appropriation?
Yeah, we receive 6.6. We've been stagnated at that number for the last several years. As a growing agency and one that's growing a portfolio, we've grown our EDC portfolio by 33% over the last 2 years. We have to grow staff. I mean, it's really stagnating us and putting us in a very difficult position. So at some point, we need to get some additional funding so we can continue to grow as we grow our portfolio.
You've got 6.6 million from the local government and 83 million from the federal government in terms of grants.
Grants go for specific programs and specific things. So some of the grants are the SSBCI 2.0, which can only be used for lending. We apply for grants to assist us in reference to other objectives we're trying to move forward. But as far as day-to-day operations, we need additional funding for day-to-day operations, not necessarily program, because again, sometimes we're able to secure grants for programs. I mean, it would be great to have grants and local support to reference the programs also, but really it's operational growth. You know, we have negotiated, for instance, a union contract for X amount of years, and although we've negotiated that, our, again, budget remains stagnant. So what it does is it cuts into our operations. So we're always trying to find ways to be more efficient so we could save some funding in reference to meeting our payroll and the other things that we have to do. Additionally, when allotments are delayed, it puts additional pressure on us. We're a semi-autonomous agency. We're not central government. So when our allotment is delayed, unlike central government where finance pays their payroll, we have to find money to pay that payroll. So we're continuously moving and trying to find ways to maintain funding to meet payroll expenditures, but also to meet operations. And really, we'd like to expand some operations, but it makes it very difficult to expand operations in various areas.
The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little concerned by your answer because then it makes me wonder whether or not we are really getting a great return on our investment in terms of exempting or foregoing all these tax benefits that we're getting if you're a semi-autonomous agency, but you entity, but you need the government to finance your operations. So is there something that we need to do in terms of, you know where I'm going?
I'm glad for the question because I answer this question almost every time I come to budget.
Well, answer it again.
Unlike WAPA, VIPA, and some of the other entities where their customers...
Director Biggs, please hold for a second. Continue, Senator.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let him. I'm going to yield to Mr. Biggs since he says that he gets this question all the time. But as you know, the definition of insanity, right? So we need to stop this insanity. So go ahead, Mr. Biggs.
Sorry for the interruption. I mean, they're just excited in reference to when you get this question. Again, we're semi-autonomous. Unlike WAPA or VIPA, where when they sell a product or they have a customer, they keep the revenues. All of our clients pay into the general fund of the government through taxes. And if we got rid of the program, most of these entities wouldn't be here because this is money that's coming from the outside into the territory. Anybody that's doing business here in the territory has to pay the full taxes on the money that comes from the territory, with the exception of basically the hotels because how that industry is done. So if you have somebody who is doing trading financially in the markets, we only reduce the 90% on the money that comes from outside of the territory. If they're doing clients that are outside the territory or inside the territory, they have to report the money that's coming from within the territory, and they're taxed fully on that. So it's only new money coming in that we provide that 90%. So we don't do the funny math. We say we're gaining 10%, not that we're losing 90%. Because if we say we're losing 90%, we can never get to that position. We're bringing new money in, and that's that 10%. It's the wages, it's the charitable contributions, it's the additional taxes their employees pay. So my answer is, if you give us a percentage of the taxes that we bring in, you know, that can basically subsidize and fund the agency in reference to where the agency needs to be at. Of course, we're talking millions and millions of dollars that are paid in by the EDC beneficiaries. So what is that number? I mean, we'd love to say, okay, give us 10% of the money we bring in, and we would be good in regard to that. But the big problem is that our clients that we bring here are paying money as taxes. They're not buying a service from us. So we don't get to keep those revenues. That goes directly into the general fund that supports the entire government, not just the EDA.
I understand that, but then we're giving it back to you. So you understand why it makes no sense? Because
Yeah, but you're giving me a fraction of what my customers are paying in.
That's exactly right. So I would like to eliminate the fraction that you understand what I'm saying? I don't see why you need to come in front of the Senate to ask for money. That's the bottom line. It should be where you don't need to come in front of us because you are receiving a percentage of the work you're doing to bring these companies in. That's my position.
Sounds good to me.
See, so Director Biggs, we have this quandary of all the semi-autonomous agencies that this government currently have. Every single one of them come back to us for money. There's a reason why they're semi-autonomous. They've got their own boards, they operate on their own policies and procedures. And the hope was that at some point they would be independent, they'd be able to financially take care of themselves. But the government has found themselves in a situation where 100% of them are still receiving funding from the government. So then the question is asked, which is why the senator asked you, why are we still giving money to semi-autonomous agencies? And you're one of the better ones. You're one of the better semi-autonomous agency functioning. Why are we still giving back? I'm waiting for the day that zero semi-autonomous agency asks us for money, but is there anything we could do to get you guys to be free of the central government allocation?
Yeah, I mean, unlike the other entities, our customers do not pay us. They pay directly to the government, so the government rebates some of that money to us. You know, so you just have to figure out how much you're going to rebate to us and have that money come directly to us, and that would be our budget every year.
What's the net? What's the net on that? You generate what, and we give you back what?
I'll have to give you that number.
Okay.
I don't have that number in front of me, but I would say our customers pay millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars in taxes.
The chair recognizes Senator Nova Francis for your point of information.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a conversation that's been had every single cycle, and I wanted to ask you, Mr. Biggs, because of course we've been asking for this information before in terms of how do we quantify exactly how much the EDC companies bring in to the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. Are you in a position to give that number today?
I am not in a position to give you that number today, but I can forward that number to the chair because we do an annual report, and part of the annual report is they have to provide us with a stamped copy of the taxes that they file with the government. So we can provide that number to you as to how much taxes are paid by EDC beneficiaries, and I will mention that it's at least a third of the government budget.
A third of the government budget. So
I
you're saying
will estimate a third of the government budget.
One of us can speak at a time. So you're saying that it's amount because we really need to bring some resolution to this. We keep having these circular discussion in respect to this, and I will hope that we want to address it moving forward with some solution. So a third of the government budget. So you're talking about anything between $300 to $350 million
in that area, yes.
And what do you believe would be the percentage that should come to the EDA as a result of that?
I think if we had roughly $10 million a year in reference to running this agency, we can grow this agency. Right now, for instance, like I said, we've grown our portfolio by 24%. We haven't been able to bring on any new compliance officers, so that putting stress on our compliance officers that we have. We're developing, like I indicated in testimony, an online portal to try to make it more efficient and effective. But again, we still need to bring on staff. We need human bodies, and we're unable to hire additional human bodies because we're constrained by the budget numbers that we have.
Okay, well, I'll do a deep dive during my 5 minutes, but we know from your testimony you also have 8 vacant positions that haven't been filled. So you have some leverage of position available to you right now that you have not been able to access. You know, so I don't know whether or not it lack the funding or the resources to be able to do that. But again, you know, looking in terms of you know, what you believe, and I think that, you know, $10 million is a give and take. You're getting 6.6 right now. So we're talking about another $3.4 million or so. You know, so that's a significant, but nonetheless, you know, something that could be achieved. And obviously, it needs to be tied to some type of performance measures as well. Would you agree?
I agree. Yeah, I have no problem in reference to performance metrics. Like I say, again, we've grown a portfolio by 33% over the last 2 years. So we went from, in the EDC program, and I'm only talking about EDC, I'm not talking about all the other programs we run.
Right.
You know, but we've gone from roughly 72 beneficiaries to 96 beneficiaries now, with more coming online. Like I indicate, they haven't nominated yet. I'm talking about active beneficiaries in reference to that. So our compliance officer should probably have about 10 compliance cases in their portfolio. They're averaging 16 to 20 in many cases. And you ask about the budget and vacancies. There's a number of things. I mean, we delay hiring sometimes as a result of delayed allotments, but also sometimes it's just finding the right people for the job also, I mean, in all honesty.
And salaries, of course.
Salaries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to abuse this time. I'll wait for my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Chairman Biggs, Director Biggs, sorry. Just to clarify, of the $83 million that you're receiving in federal allotment, what portion of that is for your managerial costs or the cost that you use?
Yeah. I'll ask
because that's substantial.
CFO to assist. I mean, yes, we do get some administrative costs. Some of these we don't. You know, or we have a position tied to it. For instance, SSBCI, we have some managerial costs, but we actually hired somebody to run that program for us. So that's one that's taken. But the administrative costs only last for a portion of the program. It lasts for 3 years, where the program is a 10-year program. In regard to that, some of them don't have any administrative costs, but I'll ask CFO Thompson Webb to respond.
The majority, good afternoon.
Yeah, please state your name.
Good morning, Kelly Thompson Webb, Chief Financial Officer, VI EDA. The majority of the indirect costs is used to operate the program. So the larger grants that we have, for example, Mr. Biggs mentioned the SSBCI, which is about $57 million. That fee is directly to operate those, to operate that program. Our smaller grants, we get about a 10% operating cost, and that's between. The smaller grants are between $250,000, $500,000 in that ballpark. But the larger grants of the 80-something million that you saw there, the fees that we get for those programs are used to operate those programs.
And there's an indirect cost that's also paid to the central government from those grants? Or
it's not,
you guys get to keep those?
We keep the indirect costs.
You keep those. So the cost of the program will include salaries, right? The operating, the managing costs, right?
Not all of the grants, no. So our staff is the one that operates the program. So not all of the grants we receive direct costs such as salaries to operate them.
And I noticed during your testimony, Director Biggs, that you're doing a lot of other back office work for like the energy office and all that stuff. Are you not being compensated for all this additional work?
We're being compensated, but that's how we're supplementing our budget right now. I mean, there is some cost that we're supplementing, but we're doing it at a fraction of the cost, really what it cost us, only because if we were to charge, our indirect costs is
10-15% in that ballpark.
We charge about 5% to our sister agencies, and our indirect cost is about 15% directly.
Yeah, that's like the central the main government is like 15% or so, right? And you're charging 5%. So then clearly you're not even covering anywhere near where you need to cover. All right, we're gonna move on to our next senator, Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewer and listening, and good morning to the testifiers. I think we've been beating this drum for quite some time, Mr. Biggs. one of my questions I really want to ask, and I think I asked this and I asked the Department of Education this. No one have ever actually give us the total amount that's been given to education from some of your beneficiaries. And up to this day, I haven't even heard the number. Education said they don't know you. Last time you were here, you said that they get directly.
Yeah, we're not the filtration system. So for instance, if a beneficiary is given a check to education, we don't get the check and then turn it over to education. It goes directly to education. And they're required, based on law, or current law, is that if they're doing educational assistance, they're supposed to give 55% of that to public education. So there's nothing written into a beneficiary that say it's established continuously across the board. So one beneficiary may give 20,000, another may give 50. So we're not sure exactly what they're receiving until they provide us that number. And some people give directly to the school.
They meaning who?
Department of Education. They should be tracking the number. We have a point person that they've identified that we tell our beneficiaries that they should make contact with that person in reference to providing contributions. Before the law was so written so they could do educational assistance at a school directly, the law is written out that it has to go directly to the Department of Education. So education should be running those numbers. I mean, we can provide some numbers, but accuracy of the numbers is dependent on them.
And that's what I was just going to ask you. At some point, you still have a check and balance to make sure that these beneficiaries are giving this money. So at some point, you should have some kind of a figure as to what they're giving at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, our figures are usually delayed only because our annual reports are to tax returns, and all of the beneficiaries, or 90% of the beneficiaries, usually get an extension until October of the tax year to file their taxes.
So you can give us last year's?
I can give you probably 2022.
If I made you the chair, can you provide that for us?
We'll put some figures together for you.
And then what I wanted to have a conversation about, you spoke briefly about the estate planning, and that hits a lot of interest to me. How did that work out, and are people buying into this estate planning?
Yeah, as I indicated, yeah, we do a conference annually. It's done through our Enterprise Zone Commission, and this year it was one conference that was done through multimedia, both through St. Croix and St. Thomas simultaneously. Based on the numbers we got from social media, from television, we had about 2,000 people attending and listening in reference to that. So we're always sold out as far as space goes, and that's why we've gone now to really broadcast it so more individuals can participate. So more and more individuals are understanding the need for estate planning and taking advantage of estate planning. However, a lot of it is generational, and because it was done years and years ago, it takes some time to unravel and to clean up. But I think going forward, people have a better understanding, so they're preparing wills, they're preparing trusts, they're having those documents, but it doesn't really go back and clear up all the issues that we've had from past generations.
How would we do that? Because that's where our biggest problems lies in our town.
We're working on that,
but towns right now have that issue with not doing proper estate planning.
Yeah, we're working on that. As I indicated, we're working actually with attorneys and individuals in reference to moving stuff forward, but we can't take on everybody simultaneously. So it's one, and hopefully we fill the basket that way.
You also spoke about the SLICE program, and you said pending application, whether funding or title issues continue to hinder. What actually is it?
It's a combination of both. I mean, what we see sometimes is the person applies, and then they have somebody else that are on the title, and we need to get them off the title. We find where when we do the title search, there's some encroachment, and we need to get a waiver in reference to the encroachment. So those are the type of issues that we're seeing periodically in reference to as we try to fund these applications.
And not just change the subject a bit, you spoke about the industrial park being maximized fill out. Is there any other land available in that area owned by the government that you guys could utilize to expand on that project there?
Oh, we got a lot of green space. So we're trying to expand on the green space we have within the industrial park. We rent the park from Viper. We're in the process of trying to renew our lease and have an extended term. We have about 10 years left on our lease, but as we look for grants, everybody wants to see a 30-year return on investment period, so we're trying to extend that lease now. But we have a lot of green space that we're trying to develop, and that's why we're looking to hopefully be able to build 2 new 40-square-foot buildings within the park. 40,000, square foot.
Any time frame in mind?
as soon as we get the grants, we move forward. But I mean, again, it depends on grant funding because we don't have any funding directly from ourselves. We're trying to still go through the FEMA repair process, and we think that's going to be costly. We did what was called a 428 program, so we took a lump sum amount. Of course, it's taken 8 years. At the time, it was I think a very smart decision. Right now, we second guessing that decision because costs have gone up so tremendously that we're going to have to fund some of those costs out of our own pocket.
Mr. Chair, can I have one
Please continue.
brief question? I think I needed to speak to the Honorable Davies. Your name is a very big name out there in this city right now. First time I actually getting to meet you, so very simple. You spoke about the needs for skilled trades and technology expertise. What does BER recommend as policy priorities to build a sustainable workforce?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I think within the context of where we are and the research that's been done by BER in the past with respect to our economy, skills in the area of meeting the developmental needs, and I listed a few when I stated my comments earlier. These included, we need skilled people. For example, there are many ODR projects that are on tap for that $25 billion, but we don't have the skilled workforce to make that happen. And in many cases, when we have to bring people in for certain periods of time, quite a whole lot of those funds are repatriated outside of the territory. So even though we may be receiving billions of dollars, we are not, in essence, feeling the impact of quite a lot of those dollars here. So skilled workforce, people with financial acumen to be able to help us work through these challenging times, and also people with technology and statistical skills as we advance in at BER to be able to improve the work that we do there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
The next round, right?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. We got a point of information from Senator Angel Bocas. Senator Bocas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information is to Dr. Davies of BER. We know that GDP reporting has paused, and we also know that that data is very important or accurate for economic impact. But when is the Bureau's, what's the Bureau's timeline or action plan to fully start reporting on GDP reporting? Could you please let us know? And when was the last time that it did report on the GDP?
Thank you, Senator. The last GDP report is for 2022. There is a pause, as you correctly stated, and that was done by the Department of Interior, because there exist across all of the territories of the United States many data gaps. In most cases, the statistical offices and various agencies develop scenarios to receive information from the 50 states. In some cases, some agencies may include the territories, and in a number of other cases, they do not. So we do not have the depth of data in the territories as we would need to have solid and concise and accurate information. We'll be speaking with colleagues at the OIA, and I think that's set up for tomorrow, if my memory serves me right, to get the latest update as to where things are with respect to the GDP and the project that they're working on with the Office of Management and Budget at the federal level. So we will have that conversation tomorrow, and would have a more concrete response with respect to timelines. Meanwhile, we continue to gather all of the applicable data that we have gathered over the years, so that when that time comes to begin that process again, we'll be able to right away provide that information.
So, Dr. Davis, you know, as one of my colleagues here who chairs the Housing Committee would say, that's a problem. And it's a problem because having that data is instrumental for us to be able to strategize how we're going to move forward as a territory. So I know you just got on board, so I'm not casting blame. I'm just stating the facts. That information is instrumental, and I'm hoping that you continue to provide the time, energy, and effort to try to gather that information so that we can pick up where we left off, which was back in 2022. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bocas, for your point of information. Director Davies, quick question. As it relates to our inflation, our very annoying inflation number that we have in the Virgin Islands, we get a lot of calls as senators about the prices of goods and services in the territory. I see that there's been some favorable movement on St. Thomas and St. Croix, but St. John is going the opposite direction, a delta of 2.2% up compared to the previous 2023, 2024. Why is St. John experiencing such hyperinflation over the other two islands?
I will start, and then I'll yield to my colleague for further comments. When we look at our three islands, cost and price and everything on St. John is usually significantly higher than on St. Thomas and on St. Croix. And this presents its own challenge in a way, where in addition to the goods being brought to the territory, they are then transshipped again further to St. John. There are quite a number of maybe high net worth properties and persons in that area who may not have a challenge accessing the goods that they need. And so you find where the price may be somewhat higher on that side. However, our goal is to ensure that we provide the information, which we've been doing, so that we can make the types of decisions that are necessary for our people.
So what key factors are driving the increase in inflation in St. John, though? Is it transportation? Is it material costs? What is it that's driving the increase?
I would ask Ms. Liebert to come in further.
Good morning, Bernicia Liebert, Senior Project Analyst. What drives the inflation on St. John is mostly transportation costs, the price of gas. That has been the driver on St. John since 2022, and it continues to be that. Even though the rate has slowed, it still continues to go up.
So in terms of gasoline, though, I'm glad you brought that up, because based on your report that I was happy that you guys sent it out, your U.S. Virgin Islands Consumer Price Index 2024 inflation review, it seemed like gasoline prices have been going down in the territory, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say go down. I would say that the rate of how it increases have slowed down.
So the rate of increase have decreased?
Slowed.
Oh, slowed.
Yes.
Not decrease?
Yes, correct.
I
mean, you could look at it from that perspective and say it has decreased in the rate that it has been inflating.
Okay. And such that this slowing of increase,
right,
although the national and international price of gasoline has gone down,
correct,
that should surmise that the rates should be reducing for the retail price of gasoline.
I concur.
You concur. Dr. Davis, do you concur?
Certainly.
Okay, so then my issue is with our economic understanding of pricing, you know, thank God I took economics in school, right? It is very troubling in the U.S. Virgin Islands that gasoline prices, for some reason, stubbornly stays at the same level no matter what happens internationally, nationally, or based on the rack rates locally. And you're tracking a decreasing rate, not increasing, and it's still at the same rate it was almost 3 years ago, retail prices.
I think this is the perfect opportunity to look at the retailers. Even though the rack rate may have decreased, it is a perfect time for DLCA to look into those different gas stations and see exactly why the prices are not coming down. It's very telling, and I think it's something that we should definitely investigate.
And the only reason I'm pushing this point is because, you know, for economic growth as a community, we need to make sure whatever little break we could get, we get it. And we haven't been able to get even small breaks like this. We're still at $3.99 a gallon the last time we brought this discussion up almost 2 months ago. So someone is being stubborn in why we still can't see a little slight price adjustment.
Senator?
Right. Point of information? You do? Oh, okay. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, Central staff. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. I must say, Senior Analyst Liebert, you're right on point. I concur with you 150%. I've been on this beach for some time now in that respect. And the chair spoke about 2 months. I'm talking about 2 years in the St. Thomas St. John district. Nothing has changed. Nothing. And that's a problem, a big problem. And we need to get to the bottom of it. Post haste. Let me ask, though, in respect to Director for the BER, let me ask you in respect to your testimony, you spoke to the economic impact and forecasting software, and planning is very important. And you spoke to, in terms of providing scoring on the cost of the territory on current proposed legislation, etc. The BEA and the OIA have nothing to do with that, correct? And what's the status with the software? Can you be succinct, please, because I have a lot of questions.
All right, thank you very much, Senator. And if I may, Mr. Chair, just to offer a brief comment on the prior question. One of the, sorry, yes, okay. With respect to the software that we use for economic impact studies, right now we use Implan that gives us direct data and information, and it includes data from the U.S. Virgin Islands as well, with respect to direct, indirect, and induced impact. Being able to ensure that the forecasts are as accurate as possible, we ensure that we get as accurate much information as we possibly can. For example, if we use information from a construction project, but the architects are located outside of the USVI, we would not be able to count that value of their work because the impact is not being felt locally. It's being felt in a different location or jurisdiction.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Director Biggs, good morning. In respect to your testimony, you spoke of $8.9 million has been expended or committed for through March 31st of this year. And you said it had the potential to create 99 new jobs and retain 94 jobs in the territory. Is it possible for you to let us know what type of, how much have been expended and how much have been committed?
Yeah, I mean, when we say expended, good morning, Senator. When we say expended or committed, it means that we've funded that amount. We're just waiting for them to close. So you can use that number as what's been expended thus far. And I try to give you as accurate numbers as I can. So again, when I say committed, it means we've already made that commitment to the bank. It's just a matter of time when they actually close the loan that's going to move forward. Because again, this is a guaranteed loan program. So you can use that number as what we've expended thus far. Now, we do have additional loans in the pipeline, and we'll be back here again next month in reference to budget, and we'll update all of those numbers that you have real-time numbers then also.
1 minute.
Wow. Okay, very well. And what? How many loans that represents? How many loans we speaking to?
I'll have to give you that count offline, Senator. I don't have that number in front of me right now.
Okay, very well. Very well, no problem. No problem. While you're looking, let me ask you another question that's important to me, because you don't want to come with a slides program. Because you said as of March 31st, 2025, the VI slides received 74 applications for gap financing.
30 seconds.
$0.4 million, right? With primary lender financing of $22.9 million. Okay, you approved 54 applications for $5.2 million in gap financing for primary lender financing of $16.2 million and closed 47, right? And you dispersed 4.5 in gap financing for primary lender financing of 14.5 million. Let me ask you, Mr. Chair, if I may proceed. Mr. Chair?
Yes, please continue.
Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you. How many, in terms of the applications that were withdrawn, what was the reason for those withdrawals?
As I indicated, the two declination or the two withdrawals is we have some requirements in regard to what the individual has to do, such as take the course. They also have to provide us in reference to using their name in promotion as we move forward with the program. Some individuals do not want to do that at that level, and so they withdraw their applications in regard to that. The declinations are basically because the individuals didn't qualify or they were deemed to be ineligible.
And how many loans have been approved thus far, total, since the inception of the program?
Senator, jumping back first, it's 17 loans under the SSBCI program that you were asking about before that I told you I'd get back to you on. And in reference to gap financing right now, we've approved through June 6, 61 applications.
That's 61 approved? That's much better. That's much better progress than before. I appreciate it. I'll circle back. Thank you so much. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're on the VI slice, I wanted to close it out with some questions I had, which was how much funds are remaining for VI slice home ownership? Because I know that you said you received 74 financing approximately 7.4, but then you ended up really just disbursing 4.7.
To date, because like I said, some are in the process of being closed. We're just waiting for them to get a title issue straight. But to answer your question, Senator James, we've committed to gap financing through June 6 of $6.3 million, and we have about $1.2 million remaining.
Through June
6th.
Of this year?
Of this year, yeah.
So it ends June 6th?
No, I'm saying that's what we've done thus far. That's what we've committed to thus far. is we have a $8.5 million allotment in reference to VA Slice, and we've committed 6.3. The program ends when the funds run out or in December 31st, 2026.
Which then means when 8.5 million has been exhausted. That's what I want to get at.
Right.
In December of 2026.
Yeah, or before, if it's exhausted before. Yeah, because we have about 1.2 million remaining.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
CEO Big, just for clarification to the public, let them understand what gap financing is when it comes to this Slice program, VI Slice program.
VI Slice provides gap financing to first-time homeowners who are buying a home or constructing a home. And what that means is that the lending institution determines that you have a shortfall of a certain amount, and we can fund an amount up to $200,000 depending on the need, but the bank makes that determination. So if you're buying a $200,000 home and you qualify for the full $200,000, the gap financing is zero. If you qualify for $175,000, the gap finance will be $25,000. So gap fills the void in reference to the shortfall that you may have in reference to financing the project.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator Avery L. Lewis for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, EDA, BER. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Mr. Biggs, how are you doing today?
Good morning, and I'm doing well.
Excellent, man. Earlier in your conversation with my colleagues, they asked you about how much the EDA portfolio has grown, and you threw out a number. But you used two different numbers at two different times. You said 24% one time, and then you said 33%. Which is it?
Grown by 24 beneficiaries, 33% growth percentage-wise.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then you said if I heard you correctly, you went from 72 to 96 beneficiaries?
Correct.
Okay. And then you talked about needing additional staff, right? And I agree with you that the more we increase, the more work we have. When you say additional staff, tell me like what positions we're talking about, and have you done a cost analysis on it as yet?
Yeah, I mean, we do cost analysis all the time. So yes, we can tell you exactly what positions we need and what the cost is in reference to those positions. We're looking for primarily compliance officers are some of the staff members we need. We may need another paralegal that we're looking at, maybe in legal. We do have a position for an associate attorney open. But as we grow, that means the work level, the background checks we do, the compliance we need to do continues to grow. So there's a variety of different positions that may be needed. We're looking for somebody as we do succession planning in reference to developing and looking at the future of retirees and backfilling some of those positions. So some positions may have a slight overlap, but again, we're planning for the future right now.
I know some of your challenges you had a backlog of compliance reports. How is the agency coming along with this?
Moving slowly. I mean, as I indicated, we've hired compliance contractors to assist with that. We're trying to get into that 1 year. We've changed the way we're doing compliance report now instead of individual. Although it may be in my portfolio and I am responsible for the final write-up, we're looking at them as a team. And so we're hoping to move as many as possible. But again, we have roughly 6 compliance officers, and we got 96 cases.
So Mr. Biggs, we're kind of behind in updating even the beneficiaries to say, well, whether you're in compliance, not compliance, to say that whether we could have to implement fines, fees, whatever. I think we need to really try to push to update that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, the bulk of the positions that we need are compliance officers, but we're also developing that compliance portal where the compliance portal will assist in reference to doing some of the analysis that physically has to be done by the compliance officers now. So we're doing some beta testing of that portal, and we hope to basically roll that out the beginning of fiscal year 2026.
So based on what's going on globally and where do you, I think we're a great destination for investment. How are we marketing the program now?
We market to a variety of different things. I mean, we use print media, we use conferences. I've sat on many panels in reference to conferences, particularly the ones that I mentioned internally, with the exception of USA Select, or Select USA, I'm sorry.
1 minute.
But we continually meet with people. We continually market through some of the larger magazines also, in reference to the corporate magazines. And then we do a lot of other things. We also are looking for additional areas, and I mentioned that we're looking at potentially the medical device conference and going to that to market there. So we're doing a lot. We find that social media is very effective now in reference to marketing.
30 seconds.
So we're upping our social media game also.
Yeah, so you think we're doing an excellent job with letting the world know that we are open for business and we are business friendly and we have this great incentive package?
I think we're doing a good job with the resources we have. If we had additional resources, we can do a lot more. We're partnering with our sister agencies to try to effectively manage the funding and the marketing. So we partner with tourism at the hotel facilities. We partner with RT Park at Select USA. We're trying to maximize the funding, but we have roughly $500,000 that we try to market this program with, which is a drop in the bucket compared to Puerto Rico that's spending upwards of $20 million to market their program.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up. Mr. Biggs, I think I heard you said that to one of my colleagues that you would need at least an additional $3.5 million if you was to be successful with that additional 2.5, sorry. That additional 2.5, what do you see for that with marketing?
Yeah, I mean, 3.5 number was correct, but definitely we would use a large percentage of that in reference to marketing. You're correct. We have to get our name out there. We have to be looked at as an area that potentially is open for business, but also can be a good investment for the companies that are investing. Like I indicated, I think if we were ready for the trade zone, had the infrastructure available now, we would have attracted or could have attracted several other companies. So we need to develop infrastructure in various areas also. Cold storage for transshipment. And again, we need facilities. We need additional buildings so we could do manufacturing and assembly.
All right, Mr. Chair, if I have one last question for Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs, if being that I'm seeing globally, we have our Kmart here and they're closing. As the EDA in-house probably thought about maybe putting something incentive to incentivize one of our larger chains to come here, or even incentivize our local vendors to have something of a larger scale, something like a Kmart or a Walmart or something?
We follow the statutes as the statutes are designed, and right now retail entities don't qualify for EDC benefits, with the exception of entities that may be part of the enterprise zone town plan. So that would be it, and there was a very short benefit periods. However, I will say, and we get this question office in reference to big box stores, and the big box stores are the Walmarts, the Costco's, those type of entities. When you look at their marketing plans, I mean, they're looking for substantial population within a 5-mile radius, and I don't think we're going to be able to meet those levels that they're looking for.
All right, it didn't have to be on our larger scale when we give away, not give away, but where we have our incentive packages. But thank you for your response, and I'll come back in another round. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the flexibility.
Thank you, Senator Avery Lewis. To add to that note, this committee did in fact reach out to a big box retailer, and we got pretty much the same response, and it was pretty quick. which was what was so disconcerting. I was like, wow. Take some time before you respond, you know? They were like, yeah.
Through the chair, I'd like to say that we have those conversations with them all the time. We are talking with Amazon in reference to creating a distribution center throughout the territory. Again, of course, we're looking for facilities. A lot of these entities would prefer to retrofit a facility than other building from the ground up because they don't want to go through the permitting and all the other scrutinies that are there. So again, if we had facilities, the chances of attracting an entity would be a lot better.
And let me just put it out there so the public could understand. The biggest challenge these box stores are having is we do a lot of online shopping now, and that might be convenient for us, but it's not for them. These box stores rely on volume, huge volume, and their margins are very small. So they look at us coming in the stores, in and out, in and out. That's how they make their money. But if you're going to stay home and shop online, then guess what? The volume decreases, and so then we're where we are today. So it's just a change in consumer habits now that's causing issues like this. And it's just not here. It's throughout the country.
I think we have the opportunities to look at more as distribution centers, and again, that's why we're working with like the Amazons who may be looking for other markets. When you look at St. Croix's geographic location, we're pretty much in the middle of the chain of the Caribbean islands. There are 84 million consumers within the Caribbean, based on latest figures, and of course, we're about 1,200 miles from South America, about 1,300 from Central America, and 1,400 from North America. So we sit pretty good. We have the Jones Act exemption, which makes us a little more attractive than other areas also. So we're continuing to have those conversations. But you're correct. A lot of these companies also are looking for speed, and they're looking for how quickly they could get product to you. And that makes it a little difficult when you're, tied down just to shipping in containers for the most part.
Correct. The chair recognizes Senator Novalee Francis Jr. for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony thus far, Mr. Biggs as well as Dr. Davies. I wanted to start off real quickly with Dr. Davies in respect to, and please be succinct, you have that professor's ability to respond in long-winded and eat up all the time, so I only got 5 minutes. You spoke about BR, and I'll tell you that your testimony briefed well, a wealth of information. It sounds good. I wanted to what I found was there was a lack of timeline and deadlines to some of the implementation of some of your key goals and projects there. I certainly support all 13 of your projects, especially the South Shore Trade Zone project. But again, we talk about data driving policies. What are some of the timelines you believe need to be implemented to address some of these areas?
I think the acquisition we have started already, and in renewing some of our subscriptions, looking at additional models that would be applicable for us. So hopefully within the next month or so, or two, we should be able to have access to those. The whole matter of bringing on board, because we have some vacant positions, we need to have those individuals on board so that we can ramp up to the level that we really need to be at and get the work done.
And also in your testimony, you spoke about the living wage and the report that's there from 2022. In that report, it talks about a single individual earns, in order to live reasonably well, takes how much money did you indicate in your report for the living wage?
$13.50.
$13.50 an hour, or $28,000 a year.
Correct.
And for a person, a 2 adult, is what?
I would have to look at the document, but off the top of my head,
So it's $44,000.
Yeah.
So again, we could see where we have a lot of individuals that's really functioning in poverty throughout this community. And this is a 2022 report.
Correct.
Do you believe that in 2025, the number has significantly differed?
Yes, especially with inflation involved. Absolutely.
Exactly. When do you believe that we'll be able to see a 2025 living wage living wage report study done?
Well, from that standpoint, we'll need to take an internal look at that because certain resources would be required. There's quite a lot of extensive work to be done in carrying out these studies. So these studies may run anywhere maybe 6 months plus, and so we need to look at that carefully. But thank you for raising that.
Absolutely. I think the point that we're trying to make is that we currently just move legislation to move the government employee's salary from $27,000 to $35,000. And the reality is, again, that is just for them to be able to make some headwinds. It's still talking about individuals being in poverty. And we just, I mean, when we talk about most of the government employees that do have 2 adults and multiple children associated with this, so we know that they're already at the low end of the spectrum here. But I really want to change real quickly to the EDA and one of my favorite companies, because of course we have the South Shore Enterprise Zone that I offered legislation on and really want to see us move in there. Mr. Biggs, you talk about us, looking at providing an appropriation of closer to $10 million versus the $6.6 million, which is like a 33% increase. And while I believe that you truly deserve it, we have to make a decision, especially as the chair of finance, in respect to whether we give this money to healthcare, whether we give this to school maintenance. But I believe that there's opportunities for us to see additional revenues, and our focus have to be on those revenue generators, is where we have to capitalize on making sure that we're able to fund those to the level that that they could bring in additional revenues to the coffer. And I think that EDA represents one of those. What is the biggest challenge confronting EDA at this time?
30 seconds.
Yeah, good day, Senator. I think the biggest challenge...
that clock got turbo on it or something. Slow down that clock.
I think one of the biggest challenges is definitely us receiving allotments timely so we can move our plans forward. In many instances, allotments are delayed, and as a result, we have to delay plans, which means various studies that we plan to do this fiscal year, for instance, we have to put off and not do those studies. Additionally, it affects the way we can market and move the entity forward.
Time.
Or if we have plans just for seed money for a facility, we have to determine that we can, use that money for that facility.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. I got 2 real quick.
Please continue.
Yeah. So of course, we need to really determine how we deprioritize those areas so that we can see greater revenues coming in. 2 quick things on this particular round is in regards to, how are we positioning ourselves to capitalize on the President Trump's move to bring the trades back to the U.S. I mean, here I think that we're poised and positioned to really be attractive in bringing some of those companies to the Virgin Islands. What are we doing in that space?
As I indicated, I mean, we're looking at the opportunities to go to some of these industry conferences and trade shows to get the word out. As I indicated, there's lots of interest, not as a result of necessarily nearshoring, but as a result of tariffs. People are trying to get around tariffs. I mean, and because we're out of the custom zones, the tariffs don't apply to us. So there's ways to hedge tariffs, and I think there's opportunities to take advantage of that, but we have to have the facilities available for individuals to move in and go right away. They don't want to move in 5 years from now, build a facility and go through and have to go through permitting, or the community, where the community says, we don't think this is a good fit for this particular area, whatever. They want to have buildings that they can move in, that they can start operations right away. I'm talking and very close in reference to having a battery manufacturing entity for solar facilities here. We're talking about 1 line, but he wants to expand to 4 lines, but we're having a problem just with facilities that are near to the trade zone and in the trade zone.
So who are your stakeholder partners in regards to that? When you talk about warehouses, storage, and maximizing our ability to have these type of infrastructure, who are your stakeholders and you're having conversation with in respect to this?
I mean, Viper is a big one. Viper has a lot of land that's within the trade zone. They have buildings that were warehouses or leased buildings prior to the storms that they have not repaired. So we're working with them and trying to move them forward. And then again, we're trying to expand our lease and develop the industrial park some more because we sit in a trade zone also. So we have the opportunity to capitalize on some of those entities also.
What about private sector?
Not a lot of private sector interest locally in reference to moving stuff. I mean, the only private sector land right now is in Renaissance. St. Croix Renaissance, and I'm not sure, who they're talking to. I mean, we've sent people to them periodically, but nothing has developed from, those individuals. So I think the opportunity is also on the port. If we can continue to develop some warehousing and some cold storage on the port where we can do transshipment, I think that's another investment. But again, that's VIPA also.
So my time have been called, but outside of those individuals, I mean, we have some of the other private sector. We have certainly Limetree or what do they call now? Port Hamilton. They have Port Hamilton. Are you having discussions with those type of individuals? Other private sector engagements with other folks?
We haven't had a lot of continuous discussions with Port Hamilton, but I know they are also doing some talking in reference to how they can create some ancillary type businesses within their area because they are an industrial zone also. I will note that they are outside the trade zone, so they're not included in the trade zone. So we were concentrating more on the trade zone areas, but again, they're having some issues in reference to moving forward with their plans as they try to get the refinery restarted also.
Yeah, thank you for your response. Thank you for the leniency of time, Mr. Chair. If you could just answer in the Chair's time in regards to the microgrid project, the initiative that you've been working on as well, if you could bring some light to where we're at with that.
Yeah, I can have Mr. Finch come up and he can talk a little more in reference to that with me. If we so desire. But basically what we've done is we've actually been speaking to a firm who's assisting us in reference to designing that facility and also finding some additional financing to move that forward. The legislature did give us some monies years ago in reference to getting facilities ready as far as retrofitting for energy efficiencies. And we've used some of those funding. We have some of that earmarked as we develop and redo the buildings for FEMA to add that into the facilities on the front end. But the microgrid, we have been delayed as a result of not having the roofs fixed at the park also, but I'll let Mr. Finch expand on that, if you don't mind, Senator.
Mr. Finch, please secure the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Mark Finch, Director, Physical Plant.
Hold the mic close to you.
In regards to the microgrid, we've been working with a team to not just include the parks, but all of the facilities that we own, which also includes the Frederickstead, the Fleming building. The idea is really to try to be as efficient as possible. We're also doing the phase 2 project in St. Thomas, which is the addition of a second floor on top of the St. Thomas Industrial Park. The overall intention of that is to eventually move the St. Thomas offices to our own facility. And we're also working on trying to get that included in a microgrid as well. So the overall intention is to get all our properties and buildings on a microgrid.
So in your testimony, you mentioned, CEO Biggs, that the park is 100% occupied, which means your rental revenue should be pretty good, right? If you're fully occupied, there's rent coming in, there's revenue for the EDA, so yeah. Is that helpful?
Okay, yes, I mean, there is revenue coming in. Our revenue is not at the level it should be because our buildings are in need of repair, so we've kept the rents somewhat lower than we normally will to maintain tenants. So we gave the tenants the option they could stay in the facilities, and we reduced the rent slightly in reference to the facilities that are there until we can get them repaired by FEMA. But that being said, the Economic Development Park Corporation is a separate entity. That's a public corporation. So they're not funded by any funding from the government. They're funded through the revenues that the park generate. So the rents that are paid goes towards the salaries for the maintenance individuals, to Mr. Finch, a variety of different things. So those are revenues separate and apart than the EDA direct revenues that we run the other programs from.
You can't say I'm not looking for revenues. The chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the listening public. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues. Before I go into any other question I'm going to ask, does the buildings that were given back to the government by Diageo, those warehouses, they fall in the zone as well or not?
Good afternoon. No, they do not fall in the zone. Right now, we're trying to get them into the zone, and we're going to make some recommendations for them. The delineating line is actually the Melvin H. Evans Highway, so they're on the opposite side of the highway.
Yeah. Well, anyway, what is the relationship between the Economic Development Authority and the Department of Tourism?
I would say we have a very close relationship. We jointly advertise and promote the territory at many conferences together. So we do what's called Aliscala. It used to be called CRIS. It used to be the Caribbean Hotel and Resort Investment Summit. It's now called Aliscala Caribbean and Latin America. And that's a hotel investment entity. So we jointly promote. They talk about tourism numbers. We talk about Hotel Development Act and Economic Development Commission benefits in reference to developing hotels. And then we also do NABHOOD together, which is the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers. And we jointly do that together. Similarly, we sit on panels together there. And then finally, at times, we do Chicos together. But we work closely together also in STARS, in promoting the STARS, that's film and music. So we work with them in reference to promoting those areas. So we have a very close relationship working with tourism. We don't have their advertising budget, so we depend on them a lot of times to assist in reference to moving certain projects forward.
Good. So in this collaboration, at any time, do you guys consider including inshore options, as you know, when the passengers get on, like we increasing what the passengers are going to be doing on island when they get here?
We don't get involved in the tourist promotion in reference to tourist attractions and amusements. I mean, we do fund some of those, but we don't do any advertising with them directly in reference to tourist experience here on the islands. It's mostly conferences where we're trying to find investment into the territory that we work closely with them on.
So is the EDA working along with the Casino the Casino Control Commission here as well?
We work with the Casino Control Commission, again, as it pertains to hotel and casino development. But again, we don't monitor the casinos. But if we have projects coming forward, of course, we advertise that casino licenses are available, and we'll bring them in for entities that are interested in having casinos. We haven't had a lot of interest in casino development, strangely.
Okay, I mean, because I know with a casino, it'll drive a hotel in a sense. So you're saying that for right now, we have no interest?
No, the hotels that we're talking to, there's been no discussion in reference to having a casino attached to that hotel right now. We're in discussion with several hotels.
Okay. Also, since we're talking about rebuilding from our infrastructure from the hurricanes, you guys been meeting with CTEC as far as trying to reach out to individuals to come here to do some kind of training, especially within the fields of construction?
We don't necessarily speak directly to CTEC in regard to that. We do mention CTEC and the availability of CTEC to our beneficiaries in regard to providing educational funding. So we do reference that. We do speak in reference to CTEC when we met with the Department of Education. They're part of our task force entity, so we're always happy to include CTEC into that. But as far as pushing or indicating that we need additional things with CTEC, we don't necessarily do that. I do sit on the Workforce Development Board also, so I work closely with CTEC in reference to developing trades and certifications in reference to workforce development and training.
Okay, again, with the Economic Development Authority, have you assisted anybody, any local that had an interest in owning cannabis?
We haven't done any cannabis yet. We've gotten a lot of inquiries in reference to cannabis. We have nothing against assisting because cannabis is legal here locally. We would not be able to use any of our federal funded programs in reference to cannabis. But until the rules and regulations and the banking issues are satisfied, and we're working closely with the Office of Cannabis Regulation in reference to finding a way where we can do banking here in the territory.
Understood. Based on the data your office have collected thus far, because of the housing program, what is the biggest obstacle that you think you run into so far?
The cost of construction is the hugest obstacle in reference to persons trying to construct or buy homes. I mean, we're seeing homes on St. Croix going for $350 a square foot now.
That's on the whole island, because the reason why I active the whole island, I was speaking to a contractor that day, and he was actually breaking it down, tell me anything past a certain portion going east, it come from, at least him, from 275 to 350 when you move. So I wonder if 350 is the base today.
I'm going to say that's pretty much the base. I mean, when I'm looking, I'm seeing that. I'm not looking at it, in different sections of the island. I'm just looking at cost in general. And I am doing some construction, and it costing me about that right in behind a tongue. It's about $350 a square foot.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Dr. Davies, just to aggravate this issue of inflation for St. Croix, and then my next opportunity, I'm going to talk about St. Thomas. But according to this inflation guide, it seems like the biggest issue we're faced with is education and communication sector. Those indexes are exceptionally high, 17.6% increase. Then we saw even another high. Pardon me. Another high increase went up in terms of phone packages. So it seemed like the cell phone providers are having a field day with us. When you say education, are you talking about the private schools? The cost of private school has gone up in the territory, or is this another type of education you're talking about? People seeking other forms of education?
Well, it certainly includes private school. When we look holistically of what people are paying for, child care also, that goes up from time to time, and it creates an impact. Once people are willing to pay for something, the inflation is going to be there. But when people decide not to pay for certain products at a certain price, then the price usually comes down. So
you've got food prices on St. Croix have increased 8.9%, driven by inflation rate of 2.1% of fruits and vegetables. We are the breadbasket of the Virgin Islands, and our prices are going up in terms of what we could produce locally here, not import from Central America. You see, what's painful for us is the things that we could do locally that should be cheaper for the consumer is in fact even more expensive. There's no transportation costs. There's no packaging costs. There's no shipping in terms of local shipping. It's there. We could go and pick them up at the farm, and we're still paying more for food, fruits and vegetables locally. What's the reason?
What normally happens, Senator, is that when a product is produced locally because it's not being produced in mass, then the cost to produce that product is generally higher. When it is mass produced, that cost is generally lower and could be sold and passed on to the consumer at a lower rate. So again, it comes right back to us as purveyors, how we distribute and sell our products. The thoughts we have, is it that we make a killing on day one, or do we have a lower margin, but at the same time provide more income over time based on the product being sold?
No insurance, no none of that, and still the price is much higher. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis. Senator Alma Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Oh, Senator Alma Francis, please hold. We have a point of information from Senator Avery Lewis. Please continue. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Biggs, as it pertains to your Enterprise Zone Commission, I know you really do. Ms. Machena Ken does a great job. Did I understand from you she's not there with you today?
No, she's here in the audience, and she's available to answer questions as needed.
I do have one pertinent question to ask, if you may assist me, please. Mr. Chair, could I ask Ms. Machena Ken to be?
She's approaching to testify as desk, Senator. Ms. Machena, please state your name, position, title, and speak directly into the microphone.
Pleasant good afternoon. My name is Nadine Marchena Ken. I am the Managing Director of the Enterprise Zone Commission, a unit of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Good. Director Ken, within the last 2 years or so, you did have an opening house at the Evelyn Marcelli School. Are you remembering what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Could you give us a little update on that? Because I passed there not too long ago, I would say within the last month or two, about 2 or 3 times, and I really haven't seen any much more action based on our last meet. And I think that was a great project for that neighborhood, not just for the neighborhood, but for the community in terms of the outreach and the plans you had for it. What is the stall? Is it going forward? Enlighten me, please, and explain to the public what we're talking about.
So the activity at the Marcelli Agro and Food Innovation Technology Center is to provide not only the opportunity for those that need clean kitchen services. We have lots of makers within the territory that are doing value-added food. And this offers the opportunity for someone to do value-added food in a clean kitchen and be appropriately licensed to do so. We have lots of makers, or we have quite a few makers that may make the most delicious tart or hot sauce or something like that, but they're making it in their home. And in order to pass the Department of Health inspection, you must have a separate kitchen than the kitchen that you use for your family. And so this offers the opportunity for someone to step in, create the food in a clean kitchen situation, be appropriately licensed, and provide food at a higher level so that we may look to export that food. In addition to that, it also offers the opportunity for those who are in the technology area. We have some brilliant people within the Virgin Islands that may have a job, but they might want to be in a space where they could collaborate with others to provide a solution, a technology solution for our food and agro industries or any other industries, and this provides that space as well. So Marcelli was planned for that, as well as the Padilla building in Frederickstead town. The challenge is that we are not financed for that. We're not fully funded. Although we have the lease for the building, we are, at this point, have applied for $8.5 million from various different grants, and we're waiting to hear back so that we can move forward.
So money is a problem at this point in time.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll have a conversation offline. Thank you very much. And I think the community does needed to hear about this because this is a wonderful opportunity because we have a lot of folks in town. I know at your pop-up shops you have a lot of, local treats and crafts and so forth. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity for individuals in the community to take advantage of. But we're going to try our best to see how we could try to make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Alma Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. My first set of questions has to do with the EDA, specifically in regard to the Economic Development Bank. You spoke about $57.8 million, and there was some drawdown, some 18 points, specific, and you spent about 8.9 million of it already been utilized. Out of that 57 million, why is it you've already only gotten a little bit over 18 million of it? Do you anticipate to get the rest of the money, as well as what type of marketing to the public or, to our community as a whole knows about this particular access to these funds?
Yes, several questions tied up in that, Senator, and good afternoon, by the way. But I'm glad you asked, so I was going to leave it for my closing, but I'll put it out there now. Tomorrow night, we're inviting the business community to the SSBCI Town Hall from 5 to 7. It's going to be simultaneously on both islands. On St. Croix, you can attend at the Great Hall at UVI, and then in St. Thomas, you could attend at the ACC Center. So first of all, so we're doing advertisements in reference to those entities, and again, we're pushing the program. This is a program wherein it's a guaranteed loan program from Treasury, and the allotment is 57.8 million, but they give you in 3 tranches. So the first tranche was 18.9. We have to spend 80% of the first tranche to get to the second tranche. So they don't give us all the money simultaneously. So we're pushing hard to get to that 80% level so we can get the second tranche, which would be another 18.9. And then to get to the third tranche, which would be the remaining amount, you have to spend 100% of the first tranche and 80% of the second tranche to get to the third tranche. So we got the first tranche, as I indicated, in February of 2023, and we're about 80% to that 80% level. So we're almost, we anticipate that we're going to get to that second tranche within the next quarter. So we anticipate that we'll be able to draw down that 18.9 for the second tranche, and then we have to go through this again all over to get to the third tranche. It is a 10-year program, and you have 3 years to draw down each tranche. So we'll make it to that 3-year, get the second, and then we have 3 years to get to the third. So that's where we're at. But you need to talk to your local lenders, because we cannot direct lend this. This is guaranteed loans. We do collateral guarantee. We do a regular loan guarantee. We do a participation. And we're working on doing some bonding also, a bonding program.
Excellent. And what type of, what is the maximum amount that could be lent out, and for what types of businesses?
We can guarantee up to $5 million on a transaction, but we also have to look at leverages. So there's some calculations that we have to do internally anytime we get a request from one of our participating lenders, and then we can tell them how much we can guarantee on that particular transaction. But we've done up to $5 million in guarantees so far for a hotel.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for sharing that. When it comes to this particular program, do you guys have any rates as it relates to default? Because I want to know, how is that part working out?
Yeah, we don't handle the default. Again, we guaranteed the program to the banks, so the banks really handle the default through their activities. But thus far, we haven't had any request to call any of the guarantees. So I would say there's been no default in the program thus far.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. You touched a little bit on the VI Slice program. Initially, when that program came out, I heard it was over 21, if I believe, $1 million. But but I heard in this discussion today around some $8 million. So is that $8 million that's less, or did the initial amount of 21 that was touted to the
30
public was
seconds.
changed and reduced?
Yeah, the initial allotment was $20 million. Based on the projection, some of that money was drawn back in reference to OMB because it was our funding and it has to be used by a certain time. So the thought was that we will not expend all $20 million by the 2026 deadline. So we originally provided back 10 and we were asked to give back another 2.5. So that's where we're at $8.5 million.
Time.
Oh, so then out of this $20 million program, they took back roughly 12 million of it.
Yeah, 11.5 million, yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, that's good to know because I was a little confused at the numbers that was being put out here. Well, I think I heard time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. We got a point of information, Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Director Biggs, question I have is, you guys talking about building a grid. Do you have any conversation with WAPA on the grid?
Yeah, we've had discussions with WAPA, but let me just say WAPA was intimately involved in the early studies that we did in reference to the grid.
Yeah.
We've kind of delayed the grid because there were plans in reference to put in batteries nearby, and WAPA indicated that we could have use of the batteries, and so we delayed the grid, but that was 5 years ago. And you know, we're at the point where we're moving ahead with our grid. We'll have the grid available and tied to WAPA, so if there's assistance that's needed from WAPA, or by WAPA and the grid is producing extra energy, it can provide that energy to WAPA. But yes, we're talking to WAPA in reference to what is needed and how we can tie into their grid.
No, the reason why I'm asking the question is because on and off the grid is a base. So the more folks that come off the grid is the more the residents of the islands will feel the base rate rising. Just saying, I mean, it's a saving for you. I ain't questioning the saving. I'm just saying, overall, when we start to look at WAPA as a functioning agency, and you look at folks coming off at a high rate, who's left and they're going to be paying the base going up? That was my question about you guys building this.
Can I respond to Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, through the chair. I concur with you, right? But our mandate is to try to develop the economy in the territory. And right now, we can't get anybody in manufacturing assembly at 43 cents. So we have to find a way to cut it and cut it quickly. And through the grid is where we can do some savings so we can do some additional job creation and get some additional investment here in the territory. So we fully understand that it may have an impact somewhat on WAPA slightly. I mean, we're small compared to some of the other entities that have come off the grid thus far, but we are speaking with them and we are planning to tie into the grid so we can produce and help them bring the energy costs down. But it's really, if we want to attract manufacturing, we got to bring the cost of power down, and this is where we can attract manufacturing into the industrial park. So it's part of our long-term plan in reference to building more facilities and attracting manufacturing and assembly back to the territory. We don't have any manufacturers in the park with the exception of Gold Coast Yachts right now.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your point of information.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Biggs, I want to follow up on the question of my colleague from around the field with the VI Slice program. Because, you know, the VI Slice program, I think the legislature, the 35th legislature, we had a lot of concerns that the program wasn't accomplishing its goal. And I know even though you made some changes, you know, lowering the combined loan to value ratio and those kinds of things, I was still not satisfied that Slice program was working to the benefit of the community. And now I'm hearing of the $20 million, 10 was returning another 2.5, and we're only left with 8.5 million. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, 8.5 million is the number that we have in reference to VI Slice, in reference to funding the gap financing program.
Okay, so see, because you and I had this conversation last year, and you had mentioned to me that they need to have a little skin in the game, etc. You were requiring that $5,000 or whatever that number is. Is it still where the person has to be able to come up with their own money, and is it still, you know, based on your income, your credit score, and more importantly, your debt ratios? Are you still using the debt ratios as a major factor for qualifying for this program?
I mean, all the things you mentioned go into the program. Again, we're doing gap financing, so those are things that they have to qualify for to the lender anyhow. So it's no additional really burden or strain in reference to somebody who is applying for a mortgage. But yes, we still require those things. But as you can indicate, or as you can see, although the program started off very slowly, I mean, we're up to 61 individuals now who have benefited from the program over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and that's good that 61 have benefited, but in my opinion, I think that you need to reduce that $5,000. In other words, once the person shows that they're willing to get the home and they meet the requirements of the housing finance where they have approved to be on that listing, the Housing Finance Authority has a listing of homeowners, potential homeowners. We got to do everything we can to get our people in homes. And that VI Slice program, we can't be giving back no $12.5 million. This was an excellent opportunity to get our people in homes. That $12.5 million should have been converted to subsidizing the homes. And here's what I'm saying. If the home is valued $400,000, subsidize that $200,000 with less red tape. So the person only have to qualify and for the $2,000. That's how we get our people in homes. We have to help our people with homes. Now you returning or you transferring $12.5 million of a $20 million program. Now it's only left with 8.5. That is not acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
For the chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, please respond.
Yeah, just for clarity, when I said we return the money to OMB so they can run other programs. Again, we projected how much money we possibly could use. This is out of our funding. So none of this went back from us to the federal government. This went back to OMB so they could subsidize WAPA. They could do a variety of other things in reference to providing assistance to Virgin Islands residents. So I just want to make it clear, because a lot of times when we say give back, you think we're sending this back to the federal government. This went to OMB so they could use for other programs because we didn't anticipate spending the full $20 million worth. And in reference to VI Slice, you have to qualify for mortgage to the lending institution anyhow. So these are things that they require in reference to qualifying. The only program that's a zero down is a veterans loan program right now in reference to normal programs that you could get at a bank.
How's that going?
We don't do veterans directly from us, but veterans also can do zero down through VI Slice because it's a veterans loan, and we're again providing the gap financing that they need to get that veterans loan.
Okay, wow. I tell you, that's good news. I'm just glad the money didn't go back to the feds. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James. Maurice James for your 5 minutes.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Everyone inside and outside the room. I want to follow up on a VI Slice and say that I will say this. Well, before I say that, I actually want to, before I even get into these questionings, is say that this morning I attended a funeral for Luis Epifanio Garcia. Luis Epifanio Garcia, a Vietnam veteran. And years ago on Topics when I hosted it, I had him and Winston George is another Vietnam veteran who has passed away. And I want to offer my condolences to his family. I do want to say that in attending his funeral this morning, I realized how much our community is changing, forever changed, really. You know, and we have to honor the Vietnam veterans that are still here among us. But I want to, again, offer my sympathies to Mr. Luis Epifanio Garcia's family. I also want to offer condolences to my friend Don Bruce Fott, whose husband died yesterday. You know, in this time, John Fott, in this time of sorrow, what's so touching with regard to Dawn is that exactly 2 weeks ago, she welcomed her granddaughter into this world, which is a time of joy, but it reminds us about our lives and joys and sorrows, right, that come into it. So I wanted to say that before I begin. I do want to say that the VI Slice program is a good program. I don't necessarily agree with some of the parameters, just like my colleague said. I think that it could have been a little more flexible because of my own experience in my family with my two daughters. So I will say that right away. But I want to ask this. Of the 47 applications that were approved, was it split between the islands?
Yes. I mean, I think we have applicants on all 3 islands at the moment. I'm trying to see if I have the numbers here available in reference to how it was broken down by island. If not, I can provide that to you.
You can provide that to me through the chair? Okay, thank you. The one of the issues that I saw was simply the fact that the housing stock, really, more than anything else, which means that this government needs to come up with a different approach to providing affordable housing. It has to go down the road like past administrations did with Sion Farm Housing Development, with Castle, which was, I think, during the Fairleigh Hatch time. During Snyder map time, they did the Castle Burke, where they actually subsidized the purchase, built the homes and subsidized the purchase. So we need to come up with a different approach. But I do congratulate the fact that we can't overlook the fact that we have 47 new homeowners. So I want to congratulate you, Mr. Biggs, CEO Biggs, and your team, because that's good that happened. With respect to the Solar Plus financing pilot program, are applications still being accepted for that program?
No, it's not being accepted. Like, again, we didn't accept the application. They were done through the Energy Office, but it's closed at the moment because they've expended the funding they have. And let me just say, as of today, 61 applicants that VI Slice. So, I mean...
61 homeowners. Good.
Yeah.
That's great. I think it's a win, okay, in terms of the fact that we got those 61 people. But I agree with my colleagues, we have to do far more if we're going to encourage people to come home. On page 10,
seconds.
when you talk about the, Mr. Chair, may I? Because
Please continue.
I have a couple questions. When you say that applicants are 7 requests to amend beneficiaries' certificates were received, I just need to be educated. What usually drives an amendment of a beneficiary certificate?
There may be a variety of different things. There may be a request for an extension, but also we may see where the law has changed in reference to employment for financial companies, where it's now 5, and you can include the owners in 2 of those. And so there may be a request to reduce to the 5 number. Maybe they were at 6 and they want to go down to the 5. Not that they're necessarily going to get rid of somebody, but that's their reference for compliance. So everybody kind of likes to go to a level that they feel comfortable, that's a little conservative in reference to compliance. So if they have to lay somebody off, they're still being compliant within that area. So it may be a modification, maybe as a result of...
Hold on, Mr. Biggs. Let me ask this. So if I were not able to hire 6 I reduce it to 5 so I'm in compliance? Is that what you're saying? So
I'm saying the legislature changed the law for financial companies from 10 to 5.
Yeah.
And so the older companies that had 10, they may come in and say, there's no law, we'd like to go at current law levels at 5, which will require a modification. It has to go in front of our board for our board to review and change the amount technically to 5, because when we do the certificate, we write it as a contract that you've done a minimum of 10 individuals, and so we keep you to that 10 individual count. So if you want to get your number down to come within the law, you have to come back to us and get approved by the board.
Right, but you're really relaxing your requirements. That's what you're doing, correct?
No, the legislature relaxed the requirements.
No. I mean, the applicant, you came in front of EDA and you said, I can hire 10.
Because that was the minimum at the time.
Because that was the minimum at the time. And then simply because the legislature changed the law, they're saying, I'm trying to figure out this. So use the law really to gain, to me, less requirement, lower the requirement.
Yeah, what they would say is the playing field is being even now, because the person you approved today only needs 5, and I had to have 10. So I may have had people that I don't necessarily, I wanted to have the benefits, but I could cut back on some of the work relations that are needed, and so they cut it back down to 5. Or like I say, for compliance purposes, because business is cyclical, instead of coming to us and asking for a temporary reduction, they ask for that permanent. So even if they have 10, when we're doing compliance, we're counting to make sure they have at least 5. So if you have more, you're good. But if you have less, that's a problem.
I have some more questions, Mr. Chair, but I'll wait for the other round, except that listen to what Mr. Biggs, CEO Biggs just said. We changed the law. Thank you, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Just, CEO Biggs, just to continue that former line that we talked about, you slipped in bonding as being one of the elements that you are working on. And I tend to have a lot of small contractors that are always pleading with us about bonding for work that's about to begin or currently in progress. Where are we in terms of providing bonding for those smaller construction companies?
You're in the insurance line of business, so it's very difficult right now for us to find an insurer that's willing to do bonding. So, I mean, we're trying to find an entity that's willing to participate, and we don't bond for the full amount. We only bond for a small percentage of that amount to assist. But that's where we are. If we can find a surety that's willing to do bonding on a regular basis, then we have some funding that we're prepared to do bonding in this program with.
What percentage?
We do, I think it's 20% of the bond.
20%, okay. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I got to follow up on my female colleague from St. Croix line of questioning, and I think she hit the nail on the head, right? We need more creative ways, and I think the word that she used is subsidies. We have to subsidize the homes, and I keep saying that's how when Earl B. Otley was in this legislature, that's how they were doing it. The government was subsidizing, providing subsidized homes. Bodo, Bovoni, Nara, Tutu. The government was building the homes and subsidizing them, knowing that the residents, the homeowners are going to now pay property taxes and the government will recoup the money. It's a lot more expensive now to build a home or to buy a home than it was before, and it's going up. It's going up faster. It's exponential growth when it comes to the costs. So we need to do that, and the same for that program. I think is Own a Lot, Build a Home that the director Octon Williams for the program spoke about. We need to subsidize, and I'm saying that $12.5 million that was given back to OMB to pay WAPA, et cetera, we done paying enough money to WAPA. Those who depleted the budget stabilization fund, they got ARPA monies. You know, WAPA get all kinds of subsidies. We don't need to give them any more sources of money to use. But we have to get our folks in homes by subsidizing. So I want to go to the Economic Development Bank, the 2.0 program you mentioned, and it's good that you got two loans that were closed successfully. One is for $910,000. That's with the State Small Business Credit Initiative, and the other one was for $493,000. And you also mentioned that in the tranche of the 18 million, you had you expended half of it. But that 18 million in your testimony on page 7, you've said that it's been funded, it was received since February of 2023. We're now in June of 2025, so it's more than 2 years, and you've only expended 50% of that tranche 1. So what is the deadline to expend the full amount of tranche 1, and also to get tranche 2, and also to get the remainder of tranche 3? What is the deadline? What is your projected target deadline to get all of this money with the Economic Development Bank expended out in the community, creating jobs and helping businesses? What's the deadline to get all the tranches expended?
We have a 10-year deadline in reference to receiving all the tranches. Each tranche is usually a 3-year deadline, so it goes 3 years from the funding date. Let me just say this, though. I mean, as much as we're trying to get the money out on the street, and we're pushing hard to do that, it depends on our local lending institutions also, because these are guaranteed loans. These are not direct loans from the Economic Development Bank for the Virgin Islands. These are guaranteed loans where the commercial entity is making that loan, and they're asking us for a guarantee to reduce some of the risk that they're doing. So again,
1 minute.
We're working hard to get that money out on the street, but we're depending on our lending partners in reference to doing that also. But it's a 10-year program.
You see, and that's where we now have to look at the lending partners, because if you're providing a guarantee, it should be much easier to facilitate this loan. What more does the bank want? If you're providing them a loan guarantee, what more do they want? They want blood from these businesses and individuals to be able to close the loan. The banks is another problem. Like I said, the banks have to be able to work with the community. The banks are here to lend money, to give us access to capital. If they're getting a loan guarantee from the SBDA through that program, what more do they need to get this money out? So there's two programs. One is $910,000, and one was $493,250. And so when are we going to get? You said you have 3 years for tranche 1. Do you have a timeline? Because we already, February 2026 going to be 3 years. So you're telling us you're going to get that 8.5 million totally out by February 2026, which is just 8 months away. You're going to get whole half of the 19 in 8 months, and you only got a half in a year and a half. I don't trust that we're going to be able to get this done. You know, we got to get this out. Maybe you need to sit down with the banks, you know, the banking and insurance commissioner, the banking division, and say, banks, we're giving you a loan guarantee. A guarantee means that we are going to back the loan. We're going to provide guarantees. We got to get this thing done, man.
To the chair?
Response?
Yeah. I'm not sure where you're picking up your figures, Senator Fonseca, to be quite honest with you. But let me just say this. You're correct in reference that we have to get the stuff done by February 2026 to get to the second tranche. But if you look at the bottom of page 7 of my testimony, we have about $13.7 million in the pipeline. So that will get us to the tranche as we move those things forward. So when we say in the pipeline, those are requests that we've gotten from the bank that they ask us to look at and determine whether they would be eligible for financing through the program or not. So we feel pretty confident that we should get to that second tranche. But also I'd like to indicate that we're not the only game in town. The SBA does guarantee loans also. And so the banks are using SBA also. And then finally, the Department of Agriculture Rural Development also does guaranteed loans, and the banks are using them also. So there is some competition, and we're pushing hard to move to the top. But I would not say the banks aren't necessarily lending, because there are other products that are available to them also. So we're hopeful and expectant that we're going to get to the second tranche. But we're also thankful that the banks are using our program to assist and move this program forward. The good thing about this program is the money stays in the territory. It's not like SBA, where it's a federal program and it's just a guarantee and the federal money. So this $18.9 million will stay in the territory once the program is over. During the first iteration of the program, we got about $13.1 million, and because we ran that program so well, that's where we went up to 57.
You've gone way on to another question. I didn't ask that. My time is running. You see, some of you is so good in taking up all of the senator's time. Mr. Chair, can I just be allowed to finish up, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you see, some of these commissioners are so good. To him, I got 1 minute left. Well, he gonna run on for a minute and a half. I'm here on page 7, and this is the same thing what I was saying, right? You know, 3 applications were withdrawn, 5 application was declined. This is what I'm talking about. The denial and the withdrawal, and they withdraw them application because they were going to be denied. The banks are getting loan guarantees. I want to see how this thing is going to get done. You know, don't give me all of the problems that they didn't qualify for this and that. We know things are hard, you know, and we need to get it done. And I want to see by February 2026 that we're going to have all of that balance of that $8.5 million out. And thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. You can answer now on the chair's time. Blessings.
Sure, but through the chair? Yeah, again, Senator Fonseca, I mean, when we talked about the applications that are being withdrawn and declined, we were referencing VI slides, not SSBCI 2.0. So you're kind of mixing apples and oranges in reference to the numbers that you're picking up in reference to that. You're correct that $18.9 million is the first tranche, and we need to lend, again, that 80% of that 18.9 to get to the second tranche. Thus far, we've funded $8.9 million, you know, and we're trying to get to that $15 million mark. But we also have, again, $13.7 million in the pipeline. So we're pretty confident that we're going to get to that second tranche. I'm worried about the third tranche right now. Is how do I get to the third tranche? Because we are a small community, and to put $56 million in lending out in the community is a lot of money, in all honesty, in regard to that, with other programs that are also in the community. Again, the SBA is here also, and they have a line of loan products that the banks use also, and also the U.S. Department of Agriculture, through the rural development, they have a line of loan products that they also put out in the community. So we're pretty certain about the second tranche, and we're looking to how do we get to the third tranche through advertising and movement. And again, I'd like to invite everybody out to the town hall tomorrow night from 5 to 7. UVI Great Hall in St. Croix, and the ACC Center over in St. Thomas.
Mr. Biggs, I think what a lot of my colleagues are trying to say is, yes, there are competition. We've got the SBA, USDA, and all that stuff. They're all federal programs. This is federally administered as well. But there's a local element to it, and if that would be a little bit more flexible for our people, that would help. So if we could find ways to just...
I think our success has been that we have been very flexible with this program, and that's why introducing a new lending program into the community, why the banks have taken advantage of it. We are a little more flexible. We don't have as much reporting as some of the other entities, although there is some reporting requirements, and we're very fast in reference to responding. Everything in reference to this is done through a portal, so everything moves fairly quickly. Other advantage is that when we do a guarantee, we actually take cash and we put a CD in the bank, so they know it's a cash guarantee that's there in the bank. It's not a paper guarantee that we're providing. So we've done a lot of things to try to make this program as flexible as possible and as easy to use as possible and as inviting to the banks as possible, because we know we're up against other competition.
So we're going to have a burning round for any senators that might be interested in asking that one important burning question. So let's begin with the Honorable Franklin Johnson. Do you have any? Okay. All right. Does any senator have any burning question they would like to ask? Okay, it looks like Senator Avery Lewis picked up his microphone. Senator Lewis, please proceed with your burning question.
Mr. Biggs, I ain't going to belabor the issue previously about the SLICE program, but I'll tell you this. When we go to the bank, we go through a whole fitness test. And then there's this notion that when you come to EDA, there's another fitness test. But I want to go down another avenue with you this afternoon. And I want you to help me clarify this for the public. There's this belief out there that EDA or the EDC companies are taking advantage of the territory. Could you help me to educate the community? What is the real role of EDA? Are we being robbed of something? Or are we being taken advantage of? And my time does express how many benefits and how many things we have seen through the value of having this entity around. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. I'm trying to think how I can put this clearly because I've been stating this here for the last 10 years and I don't know if it gets across as clearly as possible. Let me just say that our number as of June 6 is now 99 beneficiaries. So I was using 96, which was the end of March, but we have 99. So we continue to grow the program on a regular basis. The mandate that EDA has in reference to what we call foreign direct investment is to bring companies here to the territory. And the only thing that we offer in reference to bringing companies here to the territory is tax incentives. So what we do is we provide new money coming into the territory in reference to those tax incentives. And what we do is we basically say, your income tax liability, we can reduce your income tax liability by 90%. The same thing Puerto Rico does, by the way, in regard to that. But Puerto Rico has the advantage where they have facilities that they provide and a variety of other things in regard to that. And they have facilities as a result of the pharmaceutical entities that left the territory after the tax exemptions for pharmaceuticals sort of expired. And so they have a lot of those facilities available to individuals. In addition to their direct investment, Puerto Rico has a program that allows just high net worth individuals to come and get a 90% reduction on their capital gains and a variety of other things. So they used to have what they call Act 20 and Act 22, and they've now converted it and call it Act 60 that they use for that. So you can look that up. But when we are attracting a company here, again, this is new money coming into the territory. So we're not giving up any money that was here. We're bringing that company in and we're saying, when you come in, you have to pay us 10% of your tax liability. So we're gaining that 10%.
The funds we never had.
This is money that we've never had. So it's money coming into the territory. So that's 10% of your tax liability, money you never had. If you're doing business here in the territory, then you have to pay the full taxes of any revenues that are generated from being here in the territory and doing business locally. In addition, when that individual comes, in many instances, they have a portfolio. And they bring their portfolio, and they pay full taxes on their portfolio. We only reduce the EDC company that's in operation here in the territory and the revenue that that entity generates. They also are required to do charitable contributions, so the territory gets those charitable contributions to the 501c3 entities and the charitable entities that are here. They're also required to employ individuals. So there are salaries that are being paid, and the territory gets the payroll taxes from that. Additionally, they're required to do 401ks or similar type retirement program for the employees and provide benefits such as health benefits, dental benefits, life insurance benefits. There's a variety of things that these employees get as a result of working for these EDC companies. And finally, the salaries in the EDC companies in most instances are much higher than government salaries. So there's a slew of benefits that's received by bringing these individuals here, having them basically set up their operations here and working here in the territory. So we have a slide, and I can provide that slide through the chair in reference to all the things the territory gains as a result of having EDC companies in the territory. But again, we're not losing anything. We're attracting that investment, so you're getting that capital investment that's being sunk into, that goes to the contractors and the individuals who are now paying the gross receipt tax and everything that we may have given up. And by the way, for our service companies, when we say 100% of gross receipt tax, in most of the states, they don't pay any type of sales tax on service-related things. So we're only evening the playing field to try to attract those companies here. The next thing is we have to remember that we're also participating in a global environment. So there are other territories, other states that are trying to attract these same individuals to those areas that can offer, in many instances, more than we can offer. You know, so again, it's new money coming in. It's all the added on that the government benefits from. And eventually you'll see that the additional taxes that are paid, we also require them to purchase locally. So they're purchasing locally, which increases the gross receipt tax that these ancillary companies are now getting the revenues from the local purchases.
And that was a passionate preach at the end.
Thank you for his response. Mr. Chair, I just had one more quick question for Ms. Machena Ken, if she's still there. I don't know if she's still there. I can't see.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Ken, as it pertains to your program, your wonderful program, thank you to your staff as well, your Enterprise Zone Commission. Where are we with as it pertains to your paint and scrape program?
The rejuvenation program, as you know, is a program that is funded through grants and donations. Right now, we have been using recovery grant through the Historic Preservation, through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources State Historic Preservation Office. They have provided a little over 1.2 million, I believe, and we have completed 6 buildings, and we continue to work on the balance of buildings. Here on the island of St. Croix, you will see one on Queen Cross Street, I believe. In St. Thomas, you will see them in Savannah, in Upstreet, and we've even done one on the island of St. John.
Thank you, Ms. Ken. I thank you, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs, I thank you for all you do at the EDA as well. And I'd like you to really support Ms. Machena Ken in some more pop-up shops and the estate planning conferences. I think those are great added value, especially in light of all what's going on in this territory. Those estate planning conferences are a voluminous amount of information, but it's well-deserving. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the flexibility.
The chair recognizes Norval E. Francis Jr. for his burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Biggs, you spoke about compliance issue several times during your conversation this morning. What's happening with your compliance? Is that still in place? Are you having a little bit of issue with that area? Or what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have compliance, and we do compliance in reference to our cases. Again, when I speak in reference to compliance, as I indicated, we have 99 companies now, and we have 6 compliance officers. So again,
how many you say?
99 companies as of June 6th.
Right. How many?
And we have 6 compliance officers. We'd like to get that number down where there's 10 cases per compliance officer. I mean, we've been tasked by the legislature in reference to doing annual compliance reports. And a compliance report takes anywhere from 3 weeks to a month to do. So our number is to try to get it to 10, which means that we're going to need at least 10 compliance officers. So we have a shortage of about 4 right now. And we have certificates that have not been elected to, as I indicated in my testimony. So we'll be well over 100 beneficiaries probably within the next couple of weeks. in regard to that. But we are doing compliance. We also have hired some compliance contractors to assist in reference to that area. So we're looking at a variety of different areas. We've created compliance teams. So we're teaming up individuals to do compliance and move the cases. And then we're creating a compliance reporting portal to assist in reference to how the information is uploaded and have the computers do some of the analysis that we have to physically and manually do right now in regard to that. And we are beta testing, like I said, the portal, and we expect that to be ready in time for reporting for fiscal year 2020. Well, a calendar year, actually, for those entities. Some are on a fiscal year, but most of them a calendar year 2025. So we're looking forward to getting that in play. But we are going to need additional compliance officers as we continue to grow our portfolio.
Have you found any non-compliance, and what have been the fines levied in those situations and collected?
We have found non-compliance in certain areas. Sometimes, I mean, non-compliance from us.
Of recent, just so I could give you
Yeah, of recent. I mean, a non-compliance for us could run just that you're supposed to report and you didn't timely report. That's a non-compliance. It could be that you don't have the number of employees you had. That's a non-compliance. It could be that the 501c3 that you thought you gave money to is not a listed 501c3 in the government, so it's not properly registered. That's a non-compliance. So there's a variety of areas that are non-compliant, and we look at that. Maybe you didn't provide all the contributions you should have for 401k. We make you make those employees whole. So there's a variety of different things we do and different fine structures we use in reference to making employees whole, making the territory whole. Now, that being said, again, the Senate changed the law, and the Senate has now indicated that we can't go back any further than 3 years. So if we find non-compliance on a company that was more than 3 years because it was delayed for a variety of reasons, we can't produce any fines in reference to that because the Senate has determined that it has to be for that year that we're doing compliance. So that was modified about 2 or 3 years ago, and that's affected the way we fine and the way we can do compliance as a result of that.
And are you experiencing problems with that particular area that you think that there should be some reconsideration for? Is that your appeal?
Definitely.
Okay, so we could have a conversation in respect to that offline. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Novell Francis Jr. Senator Maurice James for her burning question.
Sir, thank you, sir. Actually, I was going down the road about the non-compliance because I had seen an article that said that in the news that said that you had staff findings of a handful of conditions and requirements that were non-compliant. So I was going down that road, and I also want to say this. Clearly, there is a reason why we do these types of programs, tax incentives. At the same time, though, we need to make sure that we know our worth, and we also need to make sure that these different entities are in fact complying, because then we just given away everything. And so I was a little surprised that when you talked earlier about the Department of Education and not really having anything concrete, or you said you could give us information back to 2022. I would love to see a more up-to-date, compliance information, not 3 years behind, because then are we truly benefiting from these programs? In addition to that, you don't have to answer any of this. Because my questions were really what the previous senator asked. But for example, it says provide educational assistance, except that 55% of any such financial contributions must be made to the Department of Education. For me, it raises the question, where does the other 45% go? Just wondering how we're measuring the impact and the outcomes of these programs is my biggest concern, because are we truly and genuinely benefiting our community to the maximum that we can without driving away investors? That's all I'm asking, a balance where we feel we are in fact benefiting as a community. You say salaries are higher. Who in our community Are non-residents receiving those salaries? Are residents receiving those salaries? Those are just some of the things that come in my mind. You know what I mean? And I have a personal experience I'm going to share with you offline that troubled me regarding non-resident resident. So those are just some of the things that I just wanted to put on a record in terms of let's not sell ourselves short and not realizing our worth. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, though. I definitely enjoyed the presentation today, your honesty and your transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, can I respond to a couple of them? I think they do a response.
Real quick.
Resident, every EDC company is required to hire 80% of the employees as residents. And residence is defined by the statute as 1 year in a territory prior to hire. So you must have 80%. People often say, well, they could send somebody here for a year and then they could hire them. That's true, but the fine for a non-resident is $2,500. It's cheaper to just hire them and pay the fine because they become a resident the next year. So, I mean, I've been very honest and practical in reference to that, you know. It also requires that after 3 years, 20% of your residents have to be in a professional or managerial or some sort of expertise area in reference to that. And we enforce that, and we check in regard to that. On your educational assistance, I can be given, let's say, to All Saints School in St. Thomas. That's not a public school. So if I gave them $4,500, I now have to give $5,500 to the Department of Education. So educational assistance, there's a variety of different things. Also, the education department basically certifies that certain entities are considered educational assistants. So you may have a tutorial, your 501c and you're a tutorial entity, they can certify you. So if I give you $45, I now have to give education $55 to meet that provision. And we enforce that also. The reason for the delay, and we hate the delay also, is that it's based on tax year. So 2024 tax year is not paid until April of 2025. And your reporting is done. But many of these companies now go and get an extension in October 2025. So that's why there's always that delay in reference to information. When we're saying that we can provide you information, we're always going to have the delay because it's based on a tax year and the tax reporting that's required from that tax year. So those are some of the things. I can't remember all the other areas that you may have touched, but those are some of the areas that stood out that I just want to provide some clarity as to where we did. Oh, the next thing in reference to education and let's say the Board of Education and Department of Labor is that the requirements that the beneficiaries give to those, but the checks don't come through us. So we have no timing element as to when they provide that $3,000 or $10,000 to the Department of, to the Board of Education, or when they provide their check to the Education Department, or when they provide the $2,500 to the Department of Labor. We depend on them to provide us with basically reports annually that says these are what we received, and we check it against what the beneficiary has indicated on their tax return to make sure it was actually done. You know, so that's where some of the disconnect is. We've talked about potentially maybe having it flow through us. For us, it would be a lot easier if it flowed through us. And then we made the payments to these entities. The big question that our beneficiaries get, in all honesty, or they ask, is where is our money going? We have no idea what it is. In general, the Board of Education just says it goes into the Territorial Scholarship Fund. So it generally supports everybody. Education Department, they may have specific programs that they use it for. But before, an individual could go to Central High School and say, I want to create a marine program, and that would come to educational assistance. Now, it has to go directly to the Department of Education. So education can use that money for maintenance or for whatever they think in reference to that. So individuals are no longer going directly to the schools to create programs, because if they go to the school, they still have the requirement that they got to pay the Department of Education that 55%. So, it brings some clarity to law, but it also causes some confusion in reference to where monies are going and how the monies are being paid. But we do compliance, and our compliance is not a sample. Our compliance is if you say you made $10,000 in payments to charities, we want to see all them checks equal $10,000. We're not taking 3 checks and say you made 3 checks, so we believe you made the additional 2, or whatever the case is. We want to see everything. When you say that you have 10 employees, we look at the VISA report you're filing with the Department of Labor quarterly, and we also look at the reports that you file with us. The annual report, you have to turn in a tax return. So we measure that against the tax return, make sure the numbers for payroll and everything. And that's why compliance takes a long time for us. Compliance is not a simple check the box. There's a lot of numbers that we have to verify and a lot of numbers we look at. So when you're saying we have to do compliance within a year, and we got 100 companies and we got 6 people, some of them ain't gonna get done, in all honesty. And we're going to put it off for the next year, and then if they're outside that year period, we can't go back and find them. Before, we could have gone back and find them, and we used to do that all the time. So if you want to stay in the program, you got to come good. You have to make these individuals whole. We can't do that anymore in many cases.
My burning question, thank you very much, Senator James. My burning question is reference to the legal expense for the EDA. What did you spend last year in legal expenses?
EDA, we do a lot of our legal work internally. We do have a contract with Attorney Smock, who does some external work for us and is also our board counsel. But we don't really have any additional legal contracts, with the exception of some when we're doing specialized reviews for like hotel development or stars, and we need to have an expert come in reference to those particular areas. But our CFO can give you our legal expense cost.
And it's to look it up.
Yeah, because I know sometimes some of our beneficiaries get a little excited, and they don't like the way the program is going, and then they want to challenge the process. So I was just wondering how much money were we spending on that?
We haven't been sued in any court in reference to costs where we incurred costs in reference to attorney fees.
Okay.
Our board usually handles all of our internal fining. We do the compliance. We make a recommendation to our board, and I mean, basically our program, if you want to stay in the program, you either adhere to what the board say, you appeal back to the board and say you're requesting a reduction or something of that nature. But we do bring in specialists in reference to, for instance, Hotel Development Act, where we've brought in attorneys who can help us develop agreements and can help us do some of the review in reference to if we're going with PFA to do bonding. So we have some fees in regard, but our attorney's fees are usually minimal, with the exception, like I said, Attorney Smack does some work for us on the EDB side, the Economic Development Bank side, and also he does some work in reference to counsel for the board. And I think he's a flat contract.
Okay.
Yeah, we can provide that number to you, but
Please.
CFO is saying that the numbers is usually under $60,000 a year.
60? Okay, great. No, you don't have to provide it then. I have one last burning question for Dr. Davies. Since my colleagues didn't want to ask this question, I'm going to go ahead and ask it. In your testimony, you stated, we need to arrest the tax leakages that's plaguing our territory and hold ourselves and each other more accountable to our collective economic stability. What are these tax leakages that we don't know about?
Maybe not that we don't know about them, but whether we're acting on them or not. When we live in a cash society, it is quite easy to transact business and don't have a trail or any way of returning taxes. I've spoken with different individuals, who operate in such an environment. The one in particular decided to begin to file, and he was able to, at a later date, go to a financial institution and receive a loan based on the last 3 years to get a home for himself and his family. And he was encouraging some of his other colleagues to do the same. When we also have a number of contracts that are outside of the territory, those funds go outside of the territory. We may get the money from the federal government or maybe our own funds, but a contractor is from outside of the territory. So those funds go out, and we do not receive any return on those. We need to have certain systems in place to ensure that there is some local connection, some information transfer, technology transfer, so that our people can get the wherewithal to be able to perform those jobs where the funds will remain local and taxes will be paid on those. Those are just a few examples. And we can go a little more, but I'll stay there for now.
I'm going to let my colleague respond to you because I think he might have closed a loophole on that. Senator Joseph?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I really had a question for Mr. Biggs.
But close the loophole first.
Okay. Anyway, we just last session passed a bill to close a loophole in the gross receipt tax when it comes to individual operating away from the territory. So we did.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. I was going to ask that question, but being I know we addressed it, I didn't want to use my time of such. So relative to housing, Mr. Biggs, thank you for your honesty today, because you sound really clean and genuine. And I like a suggestion or two from you that could help the barriers that we deal with, but not we deal with, but people in the community deal with, trying in incorporating home ownership.
Let me start out by saying I am not the housing authority or the jurisdiction on housing. I mean, we're trying to help because it's economic development where we can assist. But if we can keep the cost of construction down somehow, I think that will have a significant impact in reference to the housing stock potentially that may be available here in the territory. So I think that's something that we really need to look at in regard to how do we keep construction costs down. You know, and the cost of labor is really what's pushing construction costs. And I hope, as Dr. Davies indicated, that because a lot of times those are cash areas that we're now seeing an increase in taxes as a result of all the projects that we have ongoing in reference in the territory. So I think the cost of construction is the biggest one. I like the idea in reference to creating developments like we did with Tide Village and we did with Saint Farm. You know, some of those entities, I know HC has done some, Ruparelli has done some developments where he's tried to create some housing stock, but we need to create housing stock. We may have to change our mode and really look at how do we now develop multi-housing units, which may be a little more cost efficient, so like a townhouse, where you share a wall and you don't have individual wall. I mean, I know we like our land and we like our space, but we may have to look at how we do some of the construction in reference. So the paradigm in reference to using 8-inch block on the outside and 6-inch and 4-inch on the inside, again, I think we could change some of that. If you put the 8-inch block on the outside, maybe sheetrock put inside. I mean, there's a variety of different ways that I think we can construct to keep construction costs down. And then we need to look at new technologies. What we've seen in EDA and what I've seen, my own observations, is every time we have a storm, we up the building code. Right? So we've gone from 2x4 for your rafters to now 3x8. So we've added costs onto the roof. I am building, on my own personal experience, structure that's 40 feet by 10 feet wide. And I got to use 3x8 rafters and 3x10 as the center beam.
It don't make any crazy. Sense. The reason why is, I go up to say this.
That $13,000 to my cost of building.
You're right, because I bought homes that I repair myself, like I repair either myself or have a contractor help me. I got one that I bought in 2003. It went through every hurricane. Half of the roof still there 4 foot apart in the rafters. So the key thing is, for me, is as long as your band beam tight are wrong in the concrete with some steel, I don't see much of a problem now that we're down to 2 foot apart versus 32. But again, like you said, the code in itself increased. And when the code increased, the cost gone up as well, because when you would have had a 32 inches apart, your rafters, now you're at 2 feet. So by the time you get from one end to the next, you get 6 and 7 extra planks in. So,
and that's the next thing. We got into 12-inch and center instead of, at one time it used to be 24. And then it went to 16, now it's to 12.
And
so we added more rafters, so we added more wood.
And you even added more Proline now, so even on the galvanized.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you anyway.
Yeah, I get.
Thank you for your
We got
answers.
into the nitty gritty of building a house, right? Okay, great.
We're not housing.
Yeah. So we've got one more burning question. Senator Angel Bocas, you're recognized for your burning question. Please recognize Senator Angel Bocas' microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The burning question is for Mr. Biggs. You know, the Vision 2040 plan is your light in the dark, so to speak. And it includes efforts to diversify the economy, grow the population, and strengthen small business. But yet today we still remain heavily dependent on tourism and, of course, government spending. So I'm asking you, in your opinion, as the CEO of the EDA, what are two of the biggest barriers preventing us from really moving forward? And if you can't answer that, then what do we need to do next so that we can diversify our economy?
I mean, I think the biggest barrier, or one of the biggest barriers I've seen and the concern that we have, well, I'll give you the two. One, we just talked about cost of construction. So anybody that's trying to build something right now, the construction costs are astronomical. And that's why, for us, the Hotel Development Act is assisting in reference to hotel development, because we're rebating back a portion of the occupancy taxes. So it offsets some of the costs in reference to bill. The next biggest one that we need to solve as a community, and I got several, I will say one of the next biggest ones is the cost of power. You know, in reference to electricity, I mean, individuals, particularly in the manufacturing area, and people who are power dependent cannot afford to pay 43 cents a kilowatt hour and up and then remain competitive. I mean, no matter what, these people are trying to be competitive on a national market. You know, it's not just the Virgin Islands that they're trying to be competitive in. So that's a big concern. And then as we try to increase population and try to bring individuals here, healthcare is a major one. You know, we got to do something with our healthcare. We have to figure out a way where we can fix healthcare in reference to getting, you know, accredited hospitals back in the territory. That's always a concern, particularly as we're trying to attract individuals who may be semi-retired or a little older. Healthcare is always a major concern in reference. And then the final one I will say, and I think we're making some improvements on that, is just infrastructure. You know, we got to get our roads up to date. We got to get lights on the roads. We got to get them striped. We need to have the infrastructure in place that encourages investment and development. So I know you asked for two. I think I've given you four in reference to those two. But my priority would be power and cost of construction if we could get those work done.
And I could say both of those would go well with your boss's wish list. Yeah.
And I can totally agree with that. And I think the key thing here is that we're all in this thing together. We have our part to play as legislators, and you have your part to play as well concerning the economic development of the Virgin Islands. So we look forward to continue the collaboration and working together to achieve such a goal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bocas. Let's start wrapping this up.
To the chair, before you wrap up, can I provide some statistical information I was asked by, I can't remember who it was, but somebody asked for a breakdown of VI slice, and I could provide those numbers to them.
Sure, go ahead.
Senator James. Yeah, VI slice. We got 1 case on St. John. We got 14 on St. Thomas and 46 on St. Croix. That's the breakdown of loans that we've done thus far. You're welcome.
Okay, so again, we want to thank the testifiers again for spending some time with us this morning, enlightening the community. Appreciate the information, the stats. Appreciate it, Ms. Liburn. Your team did an awesome job. Dr. Davies, welcome aboard. CEO Biggs, thank you for bringing your team out. We appreciate the time for us to get some enlightenment and understand your program even more. And if there's a 1-minute closing remark you guys could make, please do so quickly. Thank you very much.
I'll defer to Dr. Davies first.
Dr. Davies.
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to have been here with you and for the listening public to learn more about work being done at the BER and to showcase our continued commitment to ensuring that we have the data, the stats that's necessary to inform sound decision making, to assist us all when policies are being developed as to what those costs may look like down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and to see how we can use our collective efforts with the information provided to reduce our territorial debt and to be able to rely more on information from studies to help us in making decisions. So thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. CEO Biggs.
Yeah, first I'd like to thank the legislature for the continuous support that they provided to the Economic Development Authority, not only this legislature, but past legislatures. We look forward to working with you. We do have amendments to several of our programs that we're going to be putting forward. Some of them are just in reference to clearing up information in reference to how it's scattered throughout the legislation and making it easier to read. You know, again, we're out there and we're selling our program and we're trying to make it as easy as possible for individuals to follow along in regard to that program. Other areas are areas that we anticipate will make the program more efficient and more effective. So please look out, and we're talking HDA, Enterprise Zone Commission, EDC, EZC, what else we got? EDB. I mean, so most of our programs, we're in the process actually of overlooking all of our programs right now and saying what makes sense, how do we operate in this 21st century with the technology that we have. So we're going to be providing you with those amendments and requesting some changes. Some of it may be a delete and insert the whole section, and others maybe just be a couple words here or there. We're actually correcting grammar, everything. I mean, we're going through fine-tooth comb in reference to that. But again, we've received continuous support from the legislature, and I just really wanted to thank you for the support that you've provided to us in reference to assisting us in moving programs forward. We do have an open invitation with the Senate President where we'd love to provide a full orientation of all our programs, and we could sit down for a day or a half day or whatever the case is in reference to the EDA, and not necessarily in a testifying type area, but just to openly talk. So I want to take the opportunity while I'm here publicly to thank staff for their hard work. The team is the team. And without the team, we wouldn't accomplish the things that we've been able to accomplish. So again, thank you, team, for moving the authority forward and also for supporting the territory and the residents of the territory. But just, you know, thank you in reference to your support. Again, one last thing is we do have the SSBCI 2.0 Town Hall tomorrow night from 5 to 7. UVI Great Hall on St. Croix, the ACCC Center on St. Thomas. So if you're interested in finding out about lending and guaranteed loans through SSBCI, please come out and participate.
You really do utilize free media. Madam Clerk, will you please do a request through the chair review summary so everyone knows what to expect?
Senator Novell E. Francis requested the Economic Development Authority to quantify and provide the total amount of taxes paid into the territory by beneficiaries under the Economic Development Commission program. The second one is from Senator Johnson from the Economic Development Authority, request to provide the total contributions made by EDC beneficiaries to education for the year 2022. And he just answered the one for Senator Maurice James to provide the number of VI Slice program applicants, which was 46 for St. Croix, 14 for St. Thomas, and I think he said one for St. John. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're on it, huh? Okay, I just want to again thank both you, CEO Mr. Biggs and Dr. Davies from the Bureau of Economic Research, for coming out here, bringing your team, and really spending time with us today. Again, we definitely will be doing a follow-up with the numbers. Hopefully, we could get some more uplifting numbers, right? Keep the trend going, keep the gas prices down, and we'll continue to inform the public about the wonderful work we're doing. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now in recess for 25 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is back from recess. Madam Clerk, if you would, read Block 2 into the testimony.
Block 2, Bill number 36-0065, an act amending Act number 8512 by removing the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Port Authority from constructing a warehouse on the former Adelta Canquin Junior High School campus to requiring the Port Authority to assist with the design, retrofitting, and renovation of an existing warehouse located on parcel number 1B and 47B-1, Gasworks Gate number 3, Crown Prince Quarter, St. Thomas, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Ville. The committee will receive testimony on the proposed legislative amendment, including its potential impact on project implementation, interagency coordination, and overall cost efficiency. Invited testifiers: Mr. Carlton Dahl, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority; Mr. Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance; Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickton, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. Mr. Chair, that's the end of Block 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks for Bill number 36-0065?
Chair.
Please continue.
I am pleased to present Bill number 36-0065, proposed by Senator Kurt Ville and myself. Bill number 36-0065 is a simple but necessary amendment to Act number 8512. Under this bill, the Virgin Islands Port Authority will design and construct a warehouse at the new Department of Education Administrative Campus on St. Thomas at no cost to the government of the Virgin Islands. The warehouse will address the Department of Education critical storage needs, particularly for the school lunch program, as well as other DOE, warehousing, and operational requirements. In addition, this bill will support the redevelopment of the former Adelta Canquin Junior High School property and promote the continued expansion of cargo infrastructure at Crown Bay. Contribution to the border economic development of the area. Finally, it ensures that the government will continue to receive proceeds from the commercial use of the former Canquin property as originally provided under Act number 8512. This amendment reflects thoughtful coordination between agencies, support the evolving infrastructure needs of our educational system, and facilitate the redevelopment in a way that strengthens our local economy. I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration of this measure. There's a couple amendments that will be coming forward. The draft request is already in, and I think we could move this measure straight across, and then by rules, all of these amendments will be pretty much complete. So there's a draft request already submitted to legal counsel, which is 36-421. And at the appropriate time before rules, all of these amendments will be there to fulfill its obligations. There's some simple error, such as the address in the measure, and a couple other simple things that can be taken care of. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. I'd like each testifier present to please state your name, your title for the records. Please speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Carlton Dow, Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Shaniel Callwood, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement.
Craig Benjamin for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Thank you very much. Director Dow, would you please begin with your testimony? Place it into the record.
Thank you. And just for the record, before I get going, I just want to echo that there'll be some amendments, some very minor in terms of the address part was left out. So the proper address is 1B, Gasworks-Garda, Princeton's Quarter, and 47B-1 from Princeton's Quarter, St. Thomas. Good afternoon, the Honorable Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the committee members present and other senators present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, thereafter referred to as VIPA. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill number 36-0065, a bill to amend Act number 8512, which was the law that transferred the former Adelita Cancrine Junior High School campus to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for use in developing the Crown Bay landfill cargo marine facility. Under Act number 8512, in exchange for the transfer of the educational campus at Crown Bay Sandfield Parcel number 1, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas to VI Port Authority, Virgin Islands Port Authority is required to construct a 35,000 square feet warehouse on a developed property for the benefit of the Department of Education school lunch program. VIPA agreed wholeheartedly with the concept of constructing a warehouse for the Department of Education. We remain committed to doing just that. After VIPA's meeting with the Department of Education Commissioner and her staff, as well as the Executive Director of Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, we learned that the Department of Education had acquired parcel number 1B and 47B-1 Gasworks-Garda from Princeton's Quarter in St. Thomas. And the department preferred to consolidate their operations and divisions into the one complex. In the Virgin Islands Department of Education's best interest, Virgin Islands Department of Education preferred that a school lunch warehouse facility be erected on the Gasworks-Garda property. With that understanding, VIPA went back to our external planners and we started to consider retrofitting the existing warehouses of the Gasworks-Garda property rather than building the warehouse on the former school campus site. However, upon close investigation, it was determined that the existing warehouse at Gasworks-Garda property was not suitable for renovation and retrofitting. A new building would have to be constructed at that site. Additionally, to do anything at Gasworks-Garda rather than the former Adelita Cancrine School campus site, an amendment to Act number 8512 would be required, directing VIPA to construct the warehouse on parcels number 1B and 47B. VIPA remains committed to constructing the warehouses at the alternate site, provided the conditions are reasonable and fair to VIPA. As I said, VIPA is agreeable to take on the task of covering the cost and directing the construction of the warehouse, either doing so exclusively or bringing on a partner to assist with the cost. Therefore, we are in support of the concept. However, this bill, as it is written, creates some difficulties for VIPA if this bill passes. First, in the fifth recital, it should be made clear that a warehouse will be designed and constructed, not retrofitted and renovated. When the warehouse was inspected by VIPA's engineering team, it was determined that the existing warehouse is beyond repair and was not useful. Therefore, our planners were instructed to change their task to design and develop plans for the construction of a new warehouse at this site. All references in the bill should therefore be changed to design and construction. Secondly, and probably most importantly, Section 2 requires a payment of 50% of income received from the commercial use of the campus. That language directs VIPA to pay 50% of gross income from the commercial leasing of space within the Adelita Cancrine Junior High School. We do not believe that the scheme for payment is fair to VIPA. The bill is directing VIPA to cover, one, the cost for all pre-development costs, design, engineering, architectural plan, and two, demolition of existing warehouse, site preparation for new construction, building permit construction. It is expected that VIPA will do all this with no contribution from the central government, but must do all of this all of this out of Viper's resources. The proposed payment structure is not equitable, with a total financial burden of construction being placed on Viper. That would be extremely a heavy lift for Viper. Expecting Viper to do this from its resources will be onerous on Viper and certainly delay the construction of the project. This mandate lacks fairness and it will result in delays because Viper will have to identify the access funds to cover the cost to undertake the various stages of the project. Keep in mind, Viper is an independent agency which must collect sufficient revenues to maintain its operation and carry out its mission of managing its marine and aviation division and promote the economy of the Virgin Islands. Viper must make the Adelita Cancrane property useful, which first requires the demolition of the existing building. Currently, we are in the process of soliciting a contractor to demolish the buildings that are on the former Adelita Cancrane property. The bid process will close this month. Once we receive bids for that demolition, we must then enter into a contract to engage the work of demolition. Upon completion of the demolition process and costs incurred, only then will Viper be able to enter into leases for the former Adelita Cancrane campus. Viper will have the responsibility to provide landlord services on that property. Even if a significant portion of the property is leased in a single land lease, Viper intends to reserve a portion of the property for its use and rental. Viper will be providing security, maintaining the common areas, and carrying other costs and obligation of ownership. Additionally, on January 23, 2025, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board authorized and directed the Executive Director to engage our consulting engineers firm Moffitt & Nichols to develop, design, and prepare permitting plans for the construction of the Department of Education warehouse at Gosberg's Garda property. Viper is already spending $400,000 on pre-development plans for the construction of the warehouse. Viper is bearing a full cost of the design and construction associated with the Department of Education's warehouse, in addition to spending to demolish the buildings and the former Adelita Cancrane School property. This bill places full responsibility and the entire financial burden to be incurred by Viper. It will be unfair to limit Viper's opportunity to receive reimbursement for at least the pre-development costs related to this construction project, which covers two sites. After spending what may be well over $1 million of its own resources to move this construction project along, Viper must have a right to receive reimbursement of the pre-development costs and to receive a reasonable return on the development of the Cancrane property. We believe that a fair and equitable contribution of the revenues generated from the Adelita Cancrane property is, as we begin, 75% Viper and 25% Education Maintenance Fund. The cost of the central government of this project will be zero, so the annual 25% of the revenues is a windfall for the Department of Education. Furthermore, I believe that Virgin Islands Department of Education share of the income should be adjusted to recognize Viper's significant expenditure for the development and construction of the warehouse and development of the port facility. These expenditures include all pre-development expenses related to the construction of the warehouses and all related permit fees, CZM fees, demolition fees, building fees, etc. I must note here, that's been one of the points of discussion the Port Authority have had over the years with DPNR, because all the fees from the transportation center or any construction we undertake, we are not exempt, although there is some statute kind of vague. We have to pay all those fees. And when you look at a project in the millions of dollars, it's substantial fee that we then still have to pay on to CZM, DPNR, etc. The Virgin Islands Department of Education share of the annual income from the commercial leasing of the former Adelita Cancrane property should be a share that allows Viper's port project to be sustainable and recoup the expenses of the ownership interest. For these reasons, the income to the Education Maintenance Fund should be based on net income as defined, rather than gross income. This would be fair and equitable to Viper and advantageous for the Department of Education. Let us recoup all of our associated costs of VIPA's effort to assist the Virginia Department of Education in the development of the warehouse. VIPA is prepared to work with the other agencies to get this warehouse constructed for the Department of Education. All we ask is for a fair and reasonable return for VIPA. If changes discussed in the above, and just for the record, we did have some discussions with the sponsor of the measure up to this morning and yesterday, which inclined to address. And we're saying that we're not all encompasses, but there have to be some adjustment to what is there. And in our amendment that we sent out, we even went far as saying that we recognize the importance of the school maintenance fund having a recurring source of funding. And that's why we said, even if we get to the 50%, we don't have a problem with that, but we shouldn't be at 50% from the inception. There must be some ability for us to recover the cost. We have shared an amendment, early on, and hope that it'll be considered in the rules. So I want to be clear. We want to make sure that Port Authority can recover, the cost of what we're putting out. Just recently, like I said, the board authorized some $400,000. We already started a process. And we believe that we're going to spend upwards of $1 million just preparing these sites and getting it ready. I don't think that that's too much to ask. Our commitment is unwavering as to the need and to the construction of that 35,000 feet warehouse for the Department of Education. And we believe that as we begin this, though, being able to recoup those funds and at the same time having a graduated scale that would get us to the 50% with the Department of Education, I believe that would be fair for all parties involved. Thank you very much for allowing me the time. And the Director of Engineering, Mr. Preston Bay, and I will be ready for any questions the committee might have. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Executive Director Carlton Dow. The chair calls on Ms. Chanel Caldwood of the Virgin Islands Department of Education to please present testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Vice Chair, Senator at Large Angel L. Bolquez, Jr., Committee members, Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Alma Francis Heiliger, Marie C. James, Franklin D. Johnson, and Clifford A. Joseph, non-committee members present, and all those listening and viewing today. My name is Chanel Callwood, and I am here representing Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of Education. It is an honor to provide this joint testimony as we share updates on the Disaster Recovery Project at Island Block, home to the future Virgin Islands Department of Education Administration Center. This site will be a cornerstone of our efforts to rebuild and reimagine public education in the territory. We also thank you for the opportunity to discuss the design and construction of the new VI Department of Education, VIDE, warehouse, a project in partnership with the Virgin Islands Port Authority. This facility holds great potential to positively impact our students, faculty, and staff by supporting the logistical needs of the department. I want to take a moment to commend this committee for its steadfast support and ongoing partnership. Your responsiveness and collaboration have been critical as we pursue our mission to reform, rebrand, and rebuild public education across the Virgin Islands. Since 2017, we have been on a shared journey to restore and strengthen our educational infrastructure. I am pleased to report that approximately $3.4 billion in funding has been secured through FEMA. $3.3 billion through the Public Assistance Program for Permanent Work, and $100 million, approximately, through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for the development of safe rooms. Today, I will focus on the warehousing initiative for the Department of Education on St. Thomas. Education is the foundation of our society as it shapes the future of our workforce, economy, and civic life. Therefore, it is essential that we ensure sufficient investment in the systems and facilities that support our students and educators. Joining me today, the Honorable Commissioner Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and Mr. Craig Benjamin, Director of the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Thank you again for your continued commitment and for allowing me the opportunity to share this testimony today. First, I'll talk about administration centers in both districts. The department obtained FEMA approval and utilized FEMA funds to acquire properties in both districts for the development of new administration centers. Each administration center will serve as a centralized hub, consolidating all VIDE offices and warehouses within the respective district. On St. Thomas, the property formerly known as Island Block was acquired to construct an administration center that will house both district and state offices, along with associated warehouse facilities. Similarly, on St. Croix, the property previously known as the Diageo Warehouse was purchased for the development of an administration center designed to support state and district and state operations, including warehouse space. St. Croix Administration Center update. The St. Croix Education Administration Center at the former Diageo site is included in the St. Croix bundle that is currently out for bids. The St. Thomas St. John Education Administration Center at the former Island Block site update. The department is grateful for the support provided under Act 8512, which assigns the Virgin Islands Port Authority, VIPA, the responsibility to design and construct the 35,000 square foot warehouse on the former Adelita Cancrine Junior High School campus in exchange for the transfer of the Cancrine site to VIPA. Following the enactment of Act number 8512, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, VIDE, completed the purchase of the Island Block property. The Commissioner of Education, the Executive Director of VIPA, and the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance subsequently met to discuss the potential of the newly acquired site, with the Island Block property offering sufficient space to accommodate both district and state administrative offices as well as a warehouse. VIDE now can develop a comprehensive, centralized, one-stop shop for its operations. This also creates an opportunity for VIPA to utilize the full entire Cancrine site exclusively for port-related purposes. The St. Thomas bundle, which has been bid, and we have a design-build team currently on board. The St. Thomas bundle includes the design and construction of the new St. Thomas Education Administration Center offices only. Design programming is underway for the offices for both district and state. Dedicated space has been allocated for the future design and construction of the warehouse by VIPA. Constructing the warehouse at Island Block represents the most efficient path forward to meeting the immediate needs of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. A few remarks regarding cost efficiency and long-term sustainability. From a technical and financial standpoint, the Island Block Red Cross warehouse is a part of the site dedicated to construct the new facility. The new building should be steel frame or could be steel frame on a floating slab or such foundation required by geotechnical reports. The remaining footprint after the demolition of the Island Block Red Cross warehouse is smaller than the 35,000 square feet, originally anticipated at the former Cancrine site as outlined in Act 8512. Therefore, a mezzanine of approximately 1/3 to 1/2 the footprint would be required to support specific office spaces for the warehouse management staff and to attain the 35,000 square feet minimum required by the Act to meet the original legislative intent of Act 8512, as signed into law by the Governor. In addition, the newly constructed building must be built according to the new building codes. The property description cited in Bill number 36-0065 needs to be corrected, as was mentioned by Executive Director Dow, and it is fully described in the testimony. Section 2B of Act 8512, which guaranteed not less than 50% of income from the commercial use of the former Cancrine campus, would be remitted to the VIDE Maintenance Fund. However, Section 2B appears to have been eliminated entirely. Section 2B also stated that after 15 years, the Port Authority would be required to renegotiate the percentage of income driven from commercial use of the Cancrine campus to be remitted to the VIDE Maintenance Fund. However, the amount remitted must never be less than 50% of income. Section 2B was eliminated in its entirety. Perhaps this was an oversight because this critical funding stream is intended to support the long-term maintenance efforts of the department. The removal of this jeopardizes the future fiscal sustainability for VIDE infrastructure. In conclusion, I respectfully urge this committee to continue prioritizing education funding in its deliberations. We fully support the proposed amendment, except for the minor edits to insert the word new construction instead of retrofit, and to correct the property address that would be needed to protect the interests of VIDE. The bill enables the VI Port Authority to construct the much-needed warehouse at the Island Block site. This amendment will expedite the project timeline and allow for earlier occupancy, helping to meet critical operational needs. With timely collaboration among all stakeholders, we are confident this project can become a reality in the near future. We also appreciate the body's continued alignment with the department's priorities, particularly in affirming that, 1, the Port Authority will make payments to the Education Maintenance Fund, and 2, the total square footage of the warehouse shall not be less than 35,000 square feet. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter. We are prepared to answer any questions and provide further information or clarification as needed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Callwood. Colleagues, we now have a 5-minute round of questioning. We'll start with Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we Mr. Benjamin, your testimony was combined, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, yes, Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And, of course, good afternoon to our testifying panel here from the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Department of Property and Procurement, and the Department of Education. As it stands, the Department of Education supports the move from Island Block, but opposes the retrofit and renovate language, and wants new construction language and the elimination of a 50% income remittance from Cancrine leases. And Port Authority supports the building of the Island Block facility, but opposes having to fund all costs with no contributions, and the obligation to remit 50% gross income. And they want the net income, or suggesting a 75-25 split, I believe.
Yeah, but just like I said, we have sat down with the Department of Education, went through some of these things before, and we expect prior to rules, we have an amendment that will do a graduating scale. I believe that'll be straight up fair to everybody, because there is value in the conquering property as well. So I just want to put on the record as if don't be dismissive of the value that is being had by getting the conquering property. But you could see initially what kind of cost we're talking about, and a 35,000 square foot building is a very, very expensive proposition, which we accept.
Right, noted. But just reiterating the factual information that was presented through the testimony. And of course, Director, you testified that you've already spent about $400,000 in pre-development, and will likely, or assumingly, if things go on, spend over $1 million or more. Can you provide us with any information about the breakdown of the current projected expenditures that VIPA has or expects to incur, with this project?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for VIPA. When we talk about all of those pre-development costs, we've obligated $441,550 for the previously agreed upon renovation of the facility. That included bringing all of the structural engineers, architects, civil engineers, mechanical engineers down to the territory to do an inspection of that site, which is when it was determined that that facility would not be able to be renovated. And then we have pivoted towards new construction. We're still working on the overall programming that would allow us to get to the cost basis of finishing the design and bringing those to construction document level ready for solicitation. But we'll also have the demolition of the facility. We'll have then, of course, the construction of that facility, as well as the abatement of hazardous materials that have been found at the Adelita Cancrine campus, as well as the demolition of all of those facilities. And I want to emphasize that when we look at the Cancrine campus, there's over 120,000 square feet of facility that's derelict and full of bulk debris. That's a significant cost. We do have something out on the street right now, so I want to be careful about those costs. But those are the types of things that are factoring into all of our pre-development costs before Cancrine becomes a potential revenue source for the authority.
Duly noted. And do you have a specific timeline on when that demolition should be finalized, or a scope at least?
Yeah, so the scope is out. We're soliciting bids right now. As Executive Director indicated, we were expecting to have bids back this week. We have extended that by 2 weeks based on questions that were received by interested bidders. And then we have, I believe, a 287-day period of performance for all of that work.
Okay, very well. It was also noted that Gasworks Garda warehouse is beyond repair, and what led to that conclusion? Was there a sort of a assessment done?
Yes, yeah. So we had engineers from our consulting team,
30 seconds.
spearheaded by Moffitt and Nickel. We brought the mechanical engineers, structural engineers, and the architects down, and indicated that due to building code, any sort of renovation of that facility, it would be more effective and more efficient to knock it all down instead of renovating.
Okay, very well. You've definitely been doing your part. I want to switch over to Department of Education, and good afternoon to you, Ms. Calwood. I wanted to touch on the statement that you made. Mr. Chair, if I might...
Please continue.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned Section 2B being removed from the bill. I wanted you to sort of elaborate on that a little bit. And in addition to that, since you want it to be a new construction, are there any FEMA or ODR type funding available to assist you in that endeavor? If you could just touch on both, because my time has expired.
Good afternoon, Senator Bolkes. My name is Shaniel Calwood, for the record. Regarding the elimination of Section 2B, as written in the bill, it's a little bit unclear what we would receive. So, we would like to work with VIPA to figure out, what is it clearly that we would receive. We have the ability to move funds between projects. So while we did receive funding for the admin center from the curriculum center FEMA PW project. There are several projects, 3 schools come to mind, for which we receive less than $10 million. So with Viper building this warehouse for us, that's less money that we have to spend to accomplish the same goal, and more money that could go into the campuses that received a very small amount from FEMA.
Very well, and I think that the collaboration between both entities is instrumental at this given point in time as we venture or traverse this whole federal landscape with funds and availability of funds. So I want to thank both the Department of Education and Viper for continuing the collaboration and communication. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. The chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for your 5 minutes.
There's a point of information.
Okay. Okay. Did
Point
you have
of
a point of
information.
information? Okay. Oh. Senator
Point of
Avery
information.
Lewis, your point of information is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Ms. Calwood, you indicated that it's kind of unclear at this time, and just delving into your last statement of what all you'll be receiving from Viper in this package. Mr. Dow, you would like to elaborate on that, please, to give a clearer picture of what is intended or expected of the Port Authority.
Yeah, well, let me just say, when at the inception of the legislation, you have to go back there. They had the Port Authority doing something in 90 days. At that same time, let's go to the property. At that same time, WAPA was doing a major project. All day, everything WAPA had stored with a private contractor was right there on that property. So nothing couldn't happen for a long period of time. So there's no way some of these things would have been real. And I just want us to understand the premise. However, the Department of Education, the commissioner, her staff, Mr. Craig, Benjamin Craig, Craig, we all met. We all been having discussions. One of the things we have to flush out now, and we'll do it before rules, we'll get together and we have a plan in mind. Yes, we want to get them to the 50%. However, we're saying that the kind of expenditures initially let the Port Authority be able to try to recoup some of that while they would receive money, it would not be initially at the 50%. We think that's fair. That's what we would discuss with them. And we will resolve that issue. I don't want us, today I'll ask all the senators to support it, let it move on to the other avenue.
Mr. Dow, I only ask that because we are on record, and I don't want nobody leaving from here, because Ms. Calwood made it clear that it's uncertain and clear of what the department will be receiving. So I'm just trying to get some clarity on it. Not that I'm not saying who for it or who for it. I'm just need some clarity, because if you take me land, you give me an option, I need to know what all my options is.
Correct.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Are we still negotiating? All right. The chair recognizes Senator Avery Lewis for his 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my name. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Again, good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Executive Director Dow, as it pertains to the new proposed location, we're still using the same square footage as in the intended proposal?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. The parcel size is smaller there, so it's going to require a variance through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources when it comes to building code. But yes, we are seeking to build a facility of 35,000 square feet at the site of the former Red Cross building.
Good. Mr. Benjamin.
Yes, Senator Lewis.
Good afternoon. With this new facility as intended, would this satisfy the needs of the Department of Education? Is what it's proposed for? We're talking about your
Yes, it will.
school lunch and maintenance facility?
Yes, it will. However, like Director Dow mentioned, we got together, we did the design programming with the stakeholders. And the stakeholders consist of procurement for the Department of Education, the school lunch, and fixed assets. And we reviewed all the options that were available, and we put them on onto drawings, and then we got the finished product, and we just, last week, we just tweaked them to meet the requirements from the stakeholders. So
Right,
yes,
thank you.
to answer your question, yes, it will meet the requirements of Department of Education.
All right, getting back to Mr. Dow, and your overall ballpark figure would be from start to end?
Senator, no disrespect, but what we looking at, we don't want to kind of throw a number in the public and let folks bid, and let's hope we could get the best bang for our buck. But it would be, we're talking about 37,000 square foot building. What I can tell you though, we built something similar in St. Croix, and that was way in excess of $10–15 million, and that's several years.
So I'm going to ask you no more figures.
Okay, thanks.
But I'm going to ask you this: when the property demolished, what the outlook going to look like? What is it going to look like? Because what's the aesthetics going to look like in that area?
Which property, Cancrain?
The Cancrain.
Well, listen, we've been talking with a major partner. It's no secret. We expect that when you're driving down on that highway, it should be something fitting, presentable. You wouldn't be seeing, you wouldn't really be able to see a lot of what's in there. The whole place would be beautified, would be decorated. One of the things we already discussed is just like you stateside, you see that nice decorative stuff on the highway, it looks presentable. We expect to make sure, I mean, this is home for all of us. We expect to make it presentable as aesthetically, so the public sometimes probably wouldn't even know what's going on back there.
All four sides.
Sorry?
All four sides.
To the extent that we can, yes. No, when I said, I mean, you know, the water side is the water side, heavy equipment, traffic, and yes.
Yeah. But I mean, the sides that we could visibly see and so forth, yes.
Yes.
One minute.
Good. Ms. Calwood.
Yes, sir.
It looked like you had some plans. What your plans was for the property?
Well, this fits nicely. We shared the concept with the St. Thomas Bundle designers, and they verified that they could build our admin center offices and leave that area around Red Cross alone, and it would actually, the traffic would flow quite nicely around that area. So it works. It works for us. And our building will also be a very good looking building. It will be befitting. It will be befitting an administration center for Department of Education.
Yes. So the one good thing I say while I close out is that I'm glad that you all came to an agreement to remove it from down there with from the old Adelita Cancrain site. Because you have people and, you know, all of that stuff there traversing back and forth. I really feel that was a dangerous situation. And I'm really glad that the minds of RB put their heads together and said, well, no, let's have an alternate plan. And the alternate plan is working out. Once you go work out the logistics, I am all on it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, testifiers, for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Avery Lewis. The chair recognizes Senator Marvin A. Blyden for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. Well, we still have discussion going on between Port Authority and Education. And Executive Director Dow said we just should pass it until the amendment come, but I don't know about that, because there's still discussion going on, number one and number two. If someone don't get their way, then what? We don't know where we at. So for me, because many times when I have amendments, we can't pass it till the amendment come. That's just what they do around here. So I'm going to continue with the same energy. I vote for none until the amendment come. before you go to. That's my position. But at the same time, though, let me ask, because I know, Executive Director Dow, I know, what changed, though? Because I know you didn't have any issue with the 50%, but what has changed since then with the 50% to going to the school? What happened?
Well, let me just say that when we look back at the cost, the pre-development in particular, I know from our recent projects we have done, we have paid hefty amounts to like government, DPNR, CZM, whatever you have to do. But at the same time, the cost of construction has escalated tremendously. The supply chain is not the same as it was back then. And so we know and we prepared. Our board already set aside some over $400,000 of the port money to start this process. When we brought the engineering folks down here and the architects, it would have been easy for us to just retrofit. But in all honesty, when we look at what was happening, it says, hey, it's not going to make no sense. Let's work with education. They are to, and the people deserve, the children deserve a brand new facility. So all those things change. But all those things change. Yeah.
Well, I respect what you're saying, and I can agree also. Let me ask though, in respect to Ms. Calwood, you needed to get two things done. You spoke to. The square footage, how critical is that, and why is that necessary for the department?
It's necessary because it's providing space for the procurement and fixed asset warehouses, the e-waste component, and this food. So from time to time, we experience, we get fined because we're losing food because of the condition of our current warehouses. So we really need a facility that is sealed, that meets OSHA standards in addition to DPNR code standards. And this site, the Port Authority has a lot of experience, getting the permits and building things in the coastal zone. So we feel that they would be able to deliver this facility for us quickly.
And you also spoke, your other point was the maintenance fund to the department. In order to assist with funding the department, school maintenance, construction maintenance, speak to that. Why that's necessary enough for you to move forward?
It's important that we have a revenue stream to maintain the schools that we have now while the new construction is going on. And also after the new schools are opened, we need to have a solid revenue stream that we could count on in order to maintain and make future capital improvements to those schools. So, we will work with the Port Authority, continue to work with them. It's just that in the legalese of the bill, it was not clear what the rents would be.
I know the director spoke to a sliding scale. I think that's a good compromise. What's your thought on that?
Well, I'm not authorized by the commissioner to go that far, but it's something that's common in these types of situations.
And let me ask you while I have you here. What's the status with the school in St. John that we got a lot of blows for and voted for? What's going on with the school? I need to know because it's only right for us to know what's going on because it's been a while now and I'm not hearing anything.
Design is ongoing and we have the Federal Consistency Determination application before the CZM Committee of St. John. They have received the pre-application with a presentation. We then did a formal application with a presentation. We answered their questions, and they are in the process of scheduling the decision meeting. So once we get that, then we'll be able to move to the next step.
Okay, very well. My time was called, but in closing, I look forward to you guys meeting and ironing out the kinks with your differences and coming to some conclusion moving forward so we can move forward because it's important that the Port Authority have the right to do what needs to be done in that space, but at the same time, for the Department of Education get what was stated in the first bill in terms of the acts that you put on the record. So I look forward to us working collaboratively and getting stuff done moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just want to make a note to the Senate, and again, I'll continue to ask all senators to support this measure. And the note is this. Prior to the maintenance, education, school construction, when the legislation was moving back when, it was discussion with Senator Donna Fred Gregory at the time, and it was the Port Authority, and I was saying, look, this would be an opportunity to assist the department. So we're not going to take a position. We will sit down, we'll work this out. We've been working through all these things, design, they send us the design, we work with the design with them. So I'm just saying that I'm asking us not to delay this kind of stuff, because every day delayed, and we know that we could move forward. We will get our rules, it's not tomorrow, we will get this done. But it was the Port Authority, I want to be clear, and in collaboration at the time with the senator saying, look, this would be an excellent opportunity to provide funding for that new bill that was passed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dow. I'm still back to the legal policy concerns with this bill. We're talking about...
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized for your point of information, Mr. Blyden.
Senator Blyden. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My point of information was to the Executive Director. Is this a time-sensitive issue in respect that everything has to be done now in order to make it move forward expeditiously? Is it a time-sensitive situation that we're speaking to?
Well, I mean, it is time-sensitive, and the reason we already engaged these consultants to work, which means $400,000 being expended right now. The longer, we want to make sure education can get this thing done and get it, I mean, in their interest too. So we're definitely looking at time. I've been in contact. Senator Cordville is the primary, and then now Senator Franklin Johnson. And we've been in contact and communication on this matter. We're hoping to have this passed already so that we would have been a step more further in this whole process. So it is critical to time it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Good afternoon. This is directed to Ms. Calwood. You said that you are here today, but you don't have the authority to commit to anything. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Senator. With regards to the funding negotiation with the Port Authority, the commissioner is off island. That is why I am delivering the testimony. So I've been authorized to deliver the testimony, but in terms of negotiating an amount, I would have to confer with her.
Okay, and I understand the position you're in, but as an attorney and a mediator, it's very difficult to move forward when the person sitting at the table doesn't have the authority to move forward. You understand what I'm saying? So I appreciate the dilemma you're in the sense that you are presenting, but it makes it very difficult at this point. So I agree with my I'm not supposed to call names. I'm trying to find my colleague from St. Thomas that just spoke a little while ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Ms. Calwood, were you aware of the 50% income provision of this agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Were you empowered to speak on whether it was 50% of the net or the gross?
Well, the bill is silent on that. The act is silent on that. It just said 50%.
In testimony by the director of the Port Authority, he said net. Is that correct, Director Dow?
What we said, we thought it ought to be not from the gross because the property still would have all kind of expenses to deal with, that what we pay would be from the net. And she's correct that in the legislation itself, if we would want it to be disingenuous, we'd just say, okay, pass it, and then later on we come and say, okay, well, the net we're talking about. But that's not what we're about. We're about being straight up and being frank and trying to get something done.
Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. What's property and procurement position on this bill? This particular piece of property?
What's our position, Senator?
Yes, on this swap.
Well, Senator, I believe, I'm not here to speak on that. I'm here to support what's being done. That's why I was sent here to support it. So the Department of Property and Procurement and Commissioner Lisa Alejandro supports the direction in which they're moving, and we're here to just provide support.
All the pieces haven't been provided to move in any direction yet. So what direction were you going to move in?
The Department of Property and Procurement read the proposed amendment, and we provided feedback to the Department of Education. And I believe all the feedback that we provided to the Department of Education has been taken under consideration when it comes to possible or potential clarifications of the addresses. And that's pretty much it, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Mr. Dow, I just have a quick question. You were saying that at the outset, the percentage should be 75-25 and not 50-50, correct?
Correct.
And then I looked at the previous bill and I saw where it said the amount, and I believe Ms. Calwood also said it in her testimony, the amount remitted must never be less than 50%. I'm just wondering, was that addressed in your conversations?
No, that specific item that you mentioned was not addressed. What we did say is that, remember when you flip the page back, the language said that we'll pay 50%, period. It didn't say whether it's net, whether it's gross, or what have you. So, but as we look at what has developed, fast forward from where we were at that time, when we look at the kind of cost the port must incur to try to get this project off the ground, it's a very expensive proposition. And are we simply saying, and I'll end right here by saying reiterating that it was the Port Authority with that senator at the time, because they were moving this maintenance and didn't know how they were going to fund it. We were the ones who, in collaboration, said, this would be a good vehicle to assist. And this is not going to be, don't think that this is not the cure-all, because every year the central government puts up like about $2 million for school maintenance. But the fact is, this is not a cure-all. This was so that they have something consistent and continuous as we move along.
The chair recognizes...
I just want to quickly just say one other thing. This is not a St. Thomas-driven situation either. The school maintenance fund is for the territory. So although this project is slated there and we are going to make sure that that money is set aside, it's for the entire public school system.
The chair recognizes Novalie Francis Jr. for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. I'm a little bit concern, and as a matter of fact, really, I truly believe that I would have hoped that all of the entities, being government entities, would have come here with a better understanding of how do we proceed on this particular measure. I truly believe that there's still some kinks to be worked out here, and I wanted to ask, in those discussions that you've been having, Director Dow, with these stakeholders, being the Department of Education, the Schools Maintenance and Construction Bureau, as well as DPP, the Property and Procurement, is there a happy medium? Is there an agreed happy medium moving forward?
Let me just, for the record, there is no real much discussion with property and procurement. They were the original owner of the property and that kind of stuff. But in all our discussions with the Department of Education, we've all agreed on the basic thing that we're going to do this warehouse is going to be where it's going to be built. The legislation would be allowing us to move it from Concrete now to the new property that they have, they have built. Another reason I want you all of us to consider.
Hold on. Before you go there, are you currently in possession of the Adelita Concrete School on property, the campus?
Yes.
You're in possession of that at this time. Okay.
Yes.
And of course, the Department of Education is also in possession of the Island Block property at this time. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, Mr. Dow, you also talk about expending almost in the neighborhood of about $400,000 or slated to expend $400,000 in the pre-development soft costs of this project.
It will be in excess of that. I just tell you what we have authorized right now is $400,000. We expect that number is going to easily exceed $1 million in preparation because the folks that's working on this, although the work have started, and it must be something that we get from them, an actual design plan that's approved and ready to put a shovel in the ground.
And it's your position at the Port Authority that you will be paying for the construction of this warehouse?
Correct.
What is the current cost per square footage right now for construction in the St. Thomas district?
Preston Bauer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. The square footage cost per construction varies pretty dramatically based upon the style and the type of facility. When you're talking administration versus like a Butler build or pre-engineered metal building, there's going to be different costs. And I know in Block 1 there was a lot of discussion about the cost per square foot of residential. What I can say is that the residential cost that was shared by the testifiers in Block 1 is not reflective of what we're seeing for facilities of this type and size in the St. Thomas district.
So let me help you there. If you're going to build at $250 a square foot for a 35,000 square foot building, you're going to spend $8.7 million. If you're going to spend $500 a square foot at a 35,000 square foot building, you're going to spend $17.5 million. If you're spending $750 per square footage for a 35,000 building, you're going to spend $26.250. Is Port Authority prepared to undertake that payment?
Well, what we are committed, and we're telling you senators that the Port Authority is committed to building this project. This is not our first rodeo building huge warehouses, and we know the kind of cost we can incur. I alluded by telling you that we don't expect to go this by ourselves. We're going to have to, we've been talking to some partners that are in partnership with us currently, so we know that we have the capacity to get together and be able to do this on behalf of the people of the territory and education in this instance. It is going to be a huge amount of money to be spent.
So I just gave you what the cost could be in those square footage prices. In addition to that, you're also committing to, with a sliding scale or not, you're still committing to at least providing up to 50% of any, whether it's net or gross, it will make a difference. you still committing to at least pay a sliding scale up to 50% of any revenues or income in perpetuity?
That is correct, starting with, because just like you outlined, with the kind of cost upfront and so forth, with starting with, I mean, we'll sit down, we'll discuss the part. But whether it's, we think we could start with about 25% and gradually get up to the 50%. That's what we're committing, we're committing to, with all costs, all expenditures being borne on the Port Authority.
What is the value of the Adelita Cancrine property that you're acquiring or acquired?
What's the value of it?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I can't tell you today because the fact of the matter is I don't know of any recent
1 minute
appraisal that was done on that property. I wouldn't be able to tell you that, Senator. No, frankly.
Very well. So I'm not a member of this committee, but I still think that there seems to be an earnest conversation that needs to be had, and I think that there needs to become some concurrence agreement and on paper and really some significant discussion and steps moving forward, because I see this being an astronomical cost for the construction of this warehouse, and it certainly would be a heavy lift and a burden to Viper moving forward. Thank you very much for your responses, and good luck in this one. I think that this is a tough sell. Thank you.
Mr. Benjamin, you recognize for your comment?
Yes. Yeah, this question is for the Executive Director Dow. You mentioned the possibility of involving a partner. What role would the partner play, and which partner would you consider?
Okay. Unfortunately, Mr. Director Dow, you don't have to answer.
Testifier can't question a testifier.
Yeah.
But anyhow,
Mr. Dow, Mr. Dow,
I'll answer.
Thank you very much. You don't have to respond. Okay, you can't ask. I thought you were making a statement, sir. Yeah. All right. The chair recognized Senator Clifford Joseph, Sr., for your question. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues. My first question, well, I ain't got a question. I got a statement. Because, like I said, the institution that I put myself a part of, I feel the statement you made earlier about we making a deal and moving on to the next, like moving on to rules, that should have been had prior to we starting, for you to go on the public ear to discuss that. I feel that's degrading to everybody in the body, to be honest. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I feel that was a little degrading for us. As senators of the Virgin Islands, I feel this particular avenue where we at right now, this junction is kind of tough, because when you look at the amount of problems we already have as a government, like this is 7 years into our administration, we can't get a hospital bill, people suffering, and we still now make more deals to move on without knowing where the finance is coming from. Yes, you got a partner going to be in there. And a personal, everything I do, I look at it from a personal standpoint. I would not start nothing unless I know the price. I would not start no construction unless I know what I'm paying for, because I don't like nothing in a bag. I want the bag open so I could see it. So when I see what I have to deal with, I'm going to know to myself if it's something to move forward or not. Number two, if the commissioner in there here for sure to devour into what conversation was already going on, hey, this thing I'm going to stay in this committee. But I wait. It's only one vote. I'm here as one, but I'm just saying, as a member of this institution, I don't think nobody should come here and coerce us to move forward on anything without we having what we need in place. Because when we make decisions like these, again, I like consistency and fairness. And anybody that know me understand fairness. What I going to do for Frederick, I going to do for John Doe. And what I'm going to do for John Doe, I'm going to do for John Her. So let's get together. I'm coming here for nobody to tell me how to handle my business. I feel personally, if it ain't fair, ain't right. And that's why the board now is that we're in the position we at today. Can we do favor for time and they don't work out and we don't last our money? Look at the amount of money we're returning because we're moving slow. Yes, you might have a sense of urgency on this one, but let we get together. We will make sure the number's right and then we move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for my time.
Thank you, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Executive Dow, you have a rebuttal? You have something to say?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Yes, Senator. I just want to say if something I said that the senator felt was a bit out of line. I apologize for that, but I don't know that I'm clear in what the discussion had been. So I just want to also say that the primary sponsor of this legislation, which is not present, and he would have been able to share some light. I don't want to speak for the senator. The senator was, off island and traveling and so forth, but he is the one who, as the primary sponsor, we were communicating with, knowing when this bill is going to come up and what their position was in what we're doing. So it's not a matter of anybody in here, none of our people here trying to dictate what a body do or would do or wouldn't do. And I understand the process well. So the body would make whatever decision they want to make, and we respect that. But a lot of the communication would have been had with the primary sponsor, all communication, and even to when we got advised that this bill was on the agenda, in talking to the senator, which was Senator Bailey, who was the sponsor, who is the sponsor, just recently was saying he himself, in terms of the date, was not quite aware that it was even on the agenda at that time. I didn't want to go too far, but I'll tell you, the conversations more so was with the primary sponsor. So the body will do whatever the body wish, and we'll have to do what we believe we have to do.
The chair
Point of
recognizes...
information.
Senator, I was about to give you your 5 minutes.
It's okay. I'll take it.
Okay. All right. The chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers. I was here listening to the conversation, and I know a little bit about the history as I kind of witnessed the back and forth for this particular piece of property over the last couple of years. And I remember the decision to split it 50-50, and Ms. Caldwell is correct. The law is a little bit ambiguous because it doesn't say whether it's 50% net versus 50% gross. That is something I think they need to clean up so that there would be no issues in the future. As to switch it from 75 to 25 split, as the testifier did share from the Port Authority, we might not be privy to what all the discussions were when they were having the conversation in regards to the bill. So if I'm not fully aware of how this potential number came about and the commissioner is also not here, I would be a little bit concerned until we could have a conversation with them, because stop and think about it. Adelita Concrete is a prime piece of real estate that was taken from under the Department of Education and then transferred over to the Port Authority for their use. And if the deal to swap it out was to go 50-50, even if it's to go with the gross profit, I don't think that's a bad deal to go 50-50. Because if my land didn't exist, the port couldn't expand. And if I'm giving you my land, why can't I go with half of the profit? I don't understand that part. But I'm willing to listen So I don't know what the Commission of Education will have to say about that. And I don't know what the sponsor would have to say because he's also not here. So for me, I don't mind waiting. Maybe we have another meeting on this where all the participants are here to give the committee more information. But I think that conversation still needs to be had. I know when they were haggling back and forth over this, I'm not even talking about the warehouse part of it because I remember the stuff about the warehouse. But I wanted to ask another question. The property down by Concrete, there was a little back and forth, and I'm not talking about the warehouse part. I'm talking about the property itself, where there was a question about some green space. Do you guys recall that? And is that still going to be carved out without any kind of issues?
I didn't understand the property you're talking about. Sorry?
Okay. No. Well, it's a discussion we had on the Senate floor when we were going back and forth between the Concrete property and the warehouse stuff. But you might not recall it or be aware of it. That's fine. But I just wanted to come on the record and say that for me, I understand what needs to be done, but I personally think some of the stakeholders need to be here to help clear up this conversation for us so that the members of this committee can make an informed decision. So I think that's how the stance is for me. And if we could get that additional information by speaking to either the sponsor and get a little bit more information as to what was discussed between the Port Authority and them, as well as having a conversation with the commissioner, I think that would help me to make a better decision than making one blindly today without all of the information necessary. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will continue to listen.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. We're going to take a 10-minute break. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 10 minutes.
No.
The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Franklin Johnson. Do I have a second? No. Please state your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to hold Bill number 360065, an act amending Act number 8512 by removing the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Port Authority from constructing a warehouse on former Adelita Cancrine Junior High School campus to requiring the Port Authority to assist with the design, retrofitting, and renovation of an existing warehouse located at parcel number 1B and 47B, 1 Gazaberg Gate, number 3 Crown Princess Quarter, St. Thomas, be holding Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for further consideration. I so move.
Second. Second by Senator Maurice James, Alma Francis Heiliger, and Clifford Joseph. Bill number 36-0065 has been properly held. Moved and seconded and properly held in motion in this committee until further notice. So move. Point of personal privilege, Senator Maurice James, you're recognized.
Point of order, point of everything. Point of order.
Point of order, Senator Avery Johnson. Avery Lewis. Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, I know I'm not a member of this committee, but I think it didn't have to come to a vote, a roll call on it.
It didn't have. We had a motion, so we voted on we had a second on the motion. There was no objection.
But a second, but nobody.
Was there an objection?
No, no.
There was no objection.
So we just go straight to.
Yes, sir.
But who? So you so ordered it?
Yes, I did.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James for her point of information. Was it?
No, personal privilege.
Personal privilege.
This is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that, and I will call his name in this situation, Senator Franklin Johnson and I we go way, way back. And I just want to apologize to you. No, I do, from the bottom of my heart, because we go way back. So, thank you too for guiding me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
A point of information, Senator Angel Boques, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually a point of order. When the motion was made and seconded, we were supposed to go on into a roll call, even though there were no objections.
All right. Legal counsel.
Legal counsel, there was no need to go into a roll call because the motion was made and then seconded.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional business to be presented to this committee? All right. With that being the case, this committee, the Committee of Economic Development. Oh. It testifies. We're going to take the opportunity to let you give a 2-minute closing statement. So we wrap up today's testimony. Director Dow, you want to start?
Anyhow, I'd like to just thank the body, thank the senators, and whatever decision is made, we find. And we'll just try to get back with the sponsor and just understand that we respect the position of the body. That's it. Try to have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Callwood, do you have any closing statement to make?
Yes, sir. Thank you, senators, for your consideration. I do want to place on record that VIDE has an urgent need to have a warehouse built. The Port Authority has shown us warehouses they have built in the past that would meet our needs. They have the proven ability to get things built quickly, and we have an urgent need. So I urge the committee to bring this back in short order. Thank you.
Mr. Richards, any closing comments?
Senator, I'd just like to say thank you very much on behalf of Commissioner Lisa Alejandro and the Department of Property and Procurement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Committee on Point of Personal Privilege, Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think this is something that can be worked out. I think there's some negotiations still need to be had between the port and education. And I think this delay could only work in the best interest of both parties. I think once they could come to full understanding which this legislature is willing to support, we will move forward with this. I don't see this process being delayed any long length of time. From listening to Director Dow speak and listening to Ms. Coward, I think there's some more conversation needs to be had to make sure that whatever we do is in full agreement with both entities. I heard Ms. Calwood and I heard Director Dow. And there's slight difference, and the only difference is, I guess, negotiating the next segment of this. So I think as soon as you guys go have your conversation as fast as possible within the next week or two, the committee will definitely hear this as soon as possible and get this going. I understand the needs for both sides. It's important to Department of Education, also to the port, to make sure that this property is built and port can move on with their business down in Concrete area. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. In conclusion today, I'd just like to let everyone know that we extend our appreciation and thanks to the testifiers for their time, expertise, and thoughtful testimony. I also want to thank my colleagues for their engagement and questions throughout this hearing. The discussions we had today reflect the seriousness of the issues that we have before us. While they may be different perspectives, it's clear that we share a common goal, which is to serve the public with integrity, responsibility, and a commitment for progress. I close with a quote from Senator Margaret Chase Smith, who once said, "Public service must be more than doing a job efficiently and honestly. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation." Let the Spirit guide us for our continued work in committee and in this Senate as a whole. Let us face these challenges together, ahead with courage and resolve, moving forward towards better public policy. I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to my awesome team, central staff, and all my colleagues who have been so supportive throughout this process, and to you, the viewing and listening public, for seeing how public policy is done. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the testifiers again. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now adjourned.